Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. We've entered the early stages of an industrial age that has begun taming the wilderness across the world. And while progress brings solutions, it also brings new and more complex problems, and tends to pick at old wounds left unhealed. The first trains have begun to run in the north along with airships, but the long-ignored issues of stolen land, pollution, and deforestation have begun to fester, to name only a few. But our focus and our second story is on one small group of new allies and their own struggles and battles against a changing, dangerous world. Our particular window in time falls 500 years after the calamity and the great shattering of Harris. With any luck, this story will resonate across time like the last.
Christmas Fortunemær, a dodgy charlatan formerly of the Jade Street Crows gang, but he doesn't remember that part of his life. With a 5-year memory gap and having only recently rediscovered friends he'd forgotten, Christmas is suddenly on a dangerous path left by his former self. Thankfully, he's a master of charm, theatrics, and disguise, and when those don't work, he has found family that, whether he remembers them or not, will fight to the last beside him.
Magda Wrenly, a professional mercenary and member of the revered Taiylor clan of monster hunters. With a wasting curse weighing on her shoulders that can't be dismissed by normal means, Magda has been left to search for an unconventional cure. Now, she's found herself with a group of allies she didn't ask for, and friends whose love she doesn't understand. Years of dealing with regret, ill health, and distrust have left her slow to ask for help.
Borago, a cheery alchemist from Reese's Ridge and son of a well-known engineer and apothecarist. Noah's upbringing was colorful to say the least, leading to his expertise in potions and mechanical contraptions. He's out in the world to find new ideas and support the family business. But now, he's stumbled into a pile of issues that most rich kids from the suburbs just don't deal with. But in his own words, usually with a gun and a grin leveled at the current problem, "Don't you worry there, guy, everything's gonna be hunky-dory."
Foostrak Wildborn, a wandering warrior from the Nathar clan and student of the runic battle traditions of the Giantkin. Raised by folk who believed in the survival of the fittest, but refused to adapt to the modern world, Foostrak left the clan to seek outside knowledge to hopefully bring home one day. He is set on helping his people survive, even if they are stuck in their old ways and don't realize how badly they need his insight.
And we're live.
Alright.
It's
Let's
alive.
do this shit. Hello everybody, welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I am your Dungeon Master Taiylor Wallace, and joining me I have Astrid Knight.
Hey yo!
I've got Blake Wolfe.
Yeah.
Hiya. I've got Zack Gale.
Something clever.
Oh boy.
Indeed, and Zack Koop.
Hello.
Hello. Alright, y'all. I need to turn on some music. I need energy here. So, last time, y'all met the Morrigan. So exciting. Last time you guys arrived in Amadithelion and stopped by Vittles and Vines, a tavern where Christmas used to have an apartment. You picked up a couple things from the tavern owner, Sven, who kept some of your stuff in storage. You were then led to the former break by Ross Greer, where you met Morrigan herself, Ross's mother, apparently. She welcomed you guys to the Court of Reckoning, and you guys got a chance to ask some questions and learned that Morrigan is trying to fight off the Fomorians, who are allied with Saab, and she's trying to, in particular, protect the anchor tree, also known as the Banta tree, in the Feywild. It is the only Balin anchor tree in the Feywild, left by Senna as a gift to the different courts. She also wants to help you guys save Lorcan because, as she said, even a minor archfey in Sov's hands is wildly dangerous. And you learned that Ross brought Callum Wright to the court and may have accidentally shattered his leg on the way. That evening, after you guys get a chance to ask all your questions and such for the moment, Christmas dreamt of lost memories that further incriminated Veranestra in some things that happened to you, and also showed you that Titania came in and encouraged her to just discard you because you were immortal and you weren't hers anyway. Magda dreamed of following a Luna moth to a forest clearing where she saw Lorcan watching what you could probably gather is his people from a distance, and Sov warning him to play nice or he would lose everyone he loved. Sov apparently didn't see you in the dream. You're not sure if this was a dream or a vision, but Lorcan looked straight at you and mouthed the words, "Save Noah." The next day, Noah fucked around with the cistern-like basin in the break and nearly blew himself up. But definitely did blow up something in the 610th layer of the abyss. Magda is out of bloodstone formaldehyde.
Wow.
You guys learned from Morrigan that Kenna has found Kit by a lake down the mountains, visiting someone named Carol. And Gwyn and Foostrak have a sparring date planned while Magda talks to Cal. So, where would we like to begin? You guys are down in the Hidden Break, also now known as the Court of Reckoning. There's not a lot of people down here, but occasionally you'll see people pass by. Some of them clearly either current or former crows. Ross and Morrigan are around, but y'all have been left to your devices for the morning. It might be Diath second, you're not sure.
I don't like that phrasing.
What? I'm just telling you it might be Diath second, but Feywild time. This is the reason they don't use a calendar in the Feywild, and the reason why that bandit was like, what the fuck is a Diath? It's because there's no point.
I don't know. I feel like I would probably go find... you said Magda was going somewhere?
She said she was.
I'm staying behind because I'm gonna talk to Cal, but I don't know if I want to do that first or...
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to find you the next morning and just be like, hey, so, okay, I gotta go. Where's the voice? There it is. I've got this sword that I don't really need, but I feel like you could possibly use it since yours never hits.
The sword hits, the Kusarigama doesn't hit. But
because this sword, you can do some things that'll give you a little boost to your attack. So maybe you can help us out next time whenever we're doing things.
Oh my god. I did kill someone when we got here. Well,
and we're very proud of you for that. You did such a good job.
What's the fucking sword?
I hold out my defender rapier that I stole from what's his nuts? Dime.
Okay, yeah.
I will take it. Is it in inventory or no?
It's called a defender.
Yep, defender rapier. It's in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't make it. Somebody else.
It is attuned. You have to attune to it, but.
Defender rapier there. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will try not to be useless, I guess.
There, I've deleted it from my inventory. Yeah, no problem. And since she's got that, I'll go ahead and put my berserker earring back in, just in case. Yeah. So, and maybe when you're talking to Cal, if he needs a little motivation,
Stick to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, but thank you for the suggestion.
Mhm. It's a real small blade. You can get it right in between those soft bits.
If worse comes to worse, will do. Thank you for the torture device.
All right. Well, you have fun. I'm gonna go oil my gun,
Okay.
which is not a euphemism.
Okay. I didn't think it was. But didn't Christmas? Weren't you also giving me the Shout of the Hermit? Or who's getting the Shout of the Hermit?
That would be me.
You're taking it?
No, I'm giving you the Shroud of the Hermit.
Oh, okay. I will.
You're gonna be all decked out with nowhere to go.
Man.
Also,
I can't take any more magical items now.
I apologize to anyone tuning into the stream or watching. No, some of us are not playing different characters today. We just had some Zoom issues ahead of time, and that's why we were a little bit mixed up. But it should we should all be in the right windows now.
Oh, we were
God, Stream Master. Okay. Get it together.
To be fair, I fixed it twice. And then the third time that someone who was having issues came back, I forgot. So
not good enough.
Yep.
You're fired.
I'm professional.
Foostrak.
All right, well, I'll end the stream.
All right.
Okay. I'm gonna go spend a couple minutes oiling up some bullets for my gun.
Do you have to oil bullets?
I do if I'm using my bullet oil.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think bullet oil is actually lube, but anyway, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Questionable.
Actually, I think it's called gun oil.
It is. You use it on the gun, not the bullets. I'm
I was
pretty
about to say, I don't think you oil bullets, but I thought you were like.
No, this stuff I do actually have to oil the bullets, but I'm gonna put 2 oiled bullets in my gun.
Oh, okay. I see.
Are you sharpening the bullets?
A little bit. I'm just filing them down.
Make them extra stabby.
Yeah.
All right. What else?
There's a cat on the table.
Oh.
Kitty!
Aww.
Hi, baby.
Bye.
Hi.
My existence has been acknowledged. I must flee.
No, if I acknowledge her existence, she like gravitates toward me.
Hi. What's up? Hi, Squiggles. Yeah.
All right. Anyway, what else? There she goes.
If we're just all fucking around the next morning, Taiylor, I am going to use sending to send a message, which I will send to you.
So special. I get to know things.
It's almost like you're the dungeon master.
No, this is part of why I love being the dungeon master. I get to know things. But there's also the horrible curse that I can't tell anybody anything.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not that. I almost sent it to Corey instead. That would have been awkward.
The guy who watches our stream just knowing what's coming next when the rest of us don't.
This is exactly
forgot I had a
25
banana.
words.
Okay.
Ooh, banana.
Banana.
Cool. Well, we're about to get a bunch more followers, you guys. Here we go.
Shut up! God. Not if I do this.
Have ourselves a mukbang.
Also my cucumbers and my
My sausages.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Twitch.
I assume a
Popsicles.
response is coming because I can see
Yeah.
the little dots. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll wait for
Yeah.
that, and then I'll let you know the rest of the shit I'm doing.
Okay. Well, let's keep it moving. I have to think.
Okay, wonderful. Then I'll just describe shit. So, Christmas in his room that he's set up in has his trunk of all the stuff he got, and he's sort of like going through like clothes right now. He finds we're gonna do another look change here, but it's kind of like a mix of previous looks. So, well, because I mean, he did get stabbed repeatedly, and that's a lot of blood on a nice white shirt. So, he finds this nice like button-up but like collarless white shirt. Same pants, same boots, but he actually finds it's a little bit like more worn and older than the first coat that he had when you guys met him, which was sort of this like emerald with like gold trim sort of deal that he like could turn inside out, and it was black on the inside, and he had all sorts of secret pockets everywhere. This seems like it's like an older like prototype version of that coat. It's not reversible or anything like that, but he finds that, throws that on, takes the green cloak that he had in Locke's Landing, throws that on top of it, and then just starts going through like, I'm just talking until there's a response, so I'm just gonna keep going. He also starts like pulling out the like storybooks that he had. He actually finds a couple about himself, which we'll address later, and then just some other like fun storybooks that he has, which are all like about the Fae and stuff like that, and he pulls them out, and he's just gonna start reading those, going through old stories about stuff in the Fae. I'm tired. I'm running out of things to say.
Somebody else can
rhymed
talk.
unintentionally. What are other people doing right now?
There's other shit to do.
What?
God damn it.
Uh,
Come on, you guys. Improv skills.
I
I
don't
have to
know
read
what
and
else.
write things. Okay.
Hey,
I
hey,
can't think of anything
guys.
to improv that doesn't require Taiylor to also be improving.
Right.
I'll go up to Magda. Hey, buddy, old pal. How
Hey,
are
roleplay
you
with
doing
me.
today?
Where did your accent go?
Here's
Do you have
fucking
another
cloak.
accent?
I always sound like this. This is my regular voice.
Oh god. I don't like it.
No, no, actually though, I know you ain't talked to Callum yet. How you feeling?
I don't know. Not great. Not bad. But just not great.
If you want to, if you spend an hour with that cloak that I gave you, you can use it to look like someone else, someone kind of random. But if you want to use that, go in and not look like you to begin with, it might help with some of the nerves.
That's a nice idea, but he's not been cooperative with anyone.
True.
That he doesn't know, so I don't know. I don't know who he would trust in this situation, honestly. Because he hasn't talked to half the people that I know in the past 6 years, so it might as well just be a good idea to go in there as me.
Well, I'm sure that you will get the information you need and anything else you need out of it too.
Hope so. we'll see.
When you do get what you need, there's a few things that I want to do around here first. But we definitely need to run into town and get you something so that we don't lose you over the next few days.
Yeah.
But also, we need to get the rest of those ripcords to Tristan. He only has one, and he's supposed to have a lot more.
I thought... What was the deal with those? Why
He
didn't
gets
we give them to him before?
his brother was dead.
Yeah, but if we gave him... I don't know. I guess I'm just
I
like...
think we were doing a trust exercise.
Yeah, we basically were going to get the rest of them to him when it felt more appropriate to do a business transaction. I already sent him a message. They're going to meet us at Mild Place. So we'll run into town and run some errands. I don't want us splitting up when Tom gets all fucking weird, but yeah, just...
Okay. I mean... Okay. I do have a question regarding that.
Sure.
Once Sav is taken care of, what do you want to do with Tristan?
Once Sav is taken care of?
I mean, that's the only reason that we're working with him, right? So once that's all done.
Well, I imagine we're either going to cross or burn that bridge when we get to it.
I'm following your lead on that. Tristan doesn't have any bearing on my life.
Yet.
I'm just saying.
Oh, that's fair.
You're the one who has more of a history with him.
You don't say. No, I think for now we just play it by ear. Nothing else we really can do at this point. Yeah, I mean, Lord knows we... Yeah, that's really all there is to say about it at this time.
Alright, fair enough. Okay.
Alright. So, what are we doing first?
We can go into town and try to buy stuff to save Magda from being super deadsies.
Let me put it this way. Do y'all want to talk to Callum and Gwen and Foostrak fight first? Or do you want to go shopping?
I mean, we don't even have to really roleplay the shopping. I just want to know if I can find the stuff or not.
What specifically are you looking for?
I'm trying to make I need all the supplies to make the bloodstone formaldehyde.
Okay. Make me an investigation check.
Cool. Guidance. Cool. 17.
17? Okay. Going into town, Amadithalion is the largest city in the Feywild, but it does not compare to Constanos. So it's not as hard to navigate, especially with everything being organized very well into these tiered sections. Getting into sort of the shops, the first thing you're going to notice is that there are a fuckload more magic shops and like potion shops and things that are a little rarer or harder to find outside of big cities in Atlaran is just ubiquitous here because the Feywild is inherently extremely magical. As for the Black Cascarilla, There are not aurora nightingales in the Feywild for the most part, other than pets. So that's not really a material that's readily available. However, the other things that you would need, most of them are pretty easy to find. And
I was going to make the analog version, so...
Well, one thing that you'll notice is that as you ask around like different shops to see who's got what, most of them, if they can't get something for you, they're like, would you like to replace that with residuum?
Fuck. I can use residuum to replace potion components?
Some, yeah.
Well, I have a bunch of residuum, so I don't need that.
Yeah, being that Black Cascarilla is inherently magical, you would be able to replace, I would say probably, let me double check the recipe. Matt Mercer gave me this idea. The fuck is it? Okay. Analog. You would be able to replace the corundum dust with residuum powder.
Okay.
And the panna if you want to, but panna is so frickin' everywhere that you don't even need to.
So how much of the potion value does that stand for?
God, how much does the ruby portion cost?
Because it's 50 gold per potion is what I have written down. Okay. So I wasn't sure if it counted for like 5 or 10 or something.
Generally speaking, it's equivalent. So if you get the rest of these ingredients, you would probably need to trade in... Yeah, most of these other things are super easy to get. So I would say 45 gold.
Of residuum?
Of residuum, yeah.
Yeah, I will absolutely do that.
Yep.
So can I get, for the rest of the supplies, can I get like 200 gold worth of the rest of the supplies?
Math. So that would give you, if you get 200 gold worth of everything else, that would give you enough for 40 doses?
Yeah, a lot of potions, yeah.
Yes, you can. The rest of that stuff is super easy. Coal powder, dried blood, eggshell powder, powdered feather, egg yolk powder, and panna. Those are all so easy to find.
And while I'm out, can I also get 100 gold worth of the growth potion supplies?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That is all I needed.
Perfect.
And then I will go right back. I'll go right back and I will start making the first batch of the Black Cascarilla.
All right. Yeah. So, fun fact, when you do start to do that, you have residuum powder, right?
Yep, I've got 900 gold worth of it.
So, when you start mixing up these potions, the first thing you notice is that when you put together the Black Cascarilla analog, it looks very different. The residuum is generally sort of like a turquoise color, whereas the Black Cascarilla had flecks of like different aurora colors in it. Basically, you come away with a black powder full of like teal glitter. And when you start mixing it into the actual bloodstone formaldehyde, the original potion is sort of dark with these bluish glints in it, hence the name bloodstone formaldehyde. But when you mix them up this time, they are bright ass like materia green.
Ooh.
Yeah, and they glow a little bit.
Okay.
But it's the same recipe other than that.
Okay. As soon as it's done, I will take it to Magda because I know she's been missing it. So
Yeah. And Magda, you will notice the stark color difference as well.
Is this still
Yup.
good?
Yep.
Okay. What's wrong with it?
I put residuum in it.
The meth of the magic world.
Is
Just rub it on your teeth.
is it gonna make me sprout like legs out of my face or something like that? Like,
I mean, I don't think so.
you don't think so?
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Someday, some things just happen.
Okay.
But let's put it this way: what choice do you have?
You know what? Fair point. Thank you. How many? How many? Is it just one, or is it?
Yeah, I just made one. I will make you another one tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
I will report if I start to feel my blood boil or something.
Okay. Enjoy your legs,
But
and I'll just keep walking.
thank you.
Enjoy your legs. What an out of context thing.
I'm actually going to take it because I haven't. I don't think I had one last night, so I'm gonna take it. Does anything weird happen to me?
I would like
Roll a
you
d20.
Oh God.
to roll.
High or low?
No.
I would like you to roll a Constitution check, not a saving throw.
Okay. It was a 7.
So as you drink this, the first thing you notice after you like prepare it with your like drop of blood and everything, the teal color changes to this bright crimson once the blood is added, and it goes sort of clear, so you can see not clear but transparent, whereas previously it was opaque. And as you drink it, you notice it burns a little bit. And it makes your teeth feel a little weird.
Makes the teeth feel like marshmallows.
Yeah.
Ew.
For a minute, it does. In the words of Abria Iyengar, it makes your teeth feel like they're turning into liquid for a hot second, but they're still there. Nothing. They're just extra shiny and clean now. But giving it like a minute or two, it feels weird. Like, it kind of reminds you of back when you first started taking the bloodstone formaldehyde, where it kind of burns on the way down, and then you almost feel this like cold sensation spread out from your stomach. And then eventually it settles and you feel sort of back to normal. Yeah.
I'm gonna look at all of my parts and my bits. Did nothing.
All your parts and bits are
sprouting
fine.
Okay.
Even the dangly ones.
Did you
I
say you
keep
can't hear
forgetting
me?
No,
No,
I
I
was
s-
muted. I'm trying to not. I don't want people to hear me slurping ramen. No, I was going to say your left leg looks fine. Your right leg looks fine. Your other left leg looks great. Your other right
Yeah.
leg looks fine too. Everything's great.
Yep.
Yeah. From one of the horrors from the forest. But yeah. What else?
Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay, fine. I'll kick it off.
All right.
So while Noah and Magda are fucking around, Foostrak, what are you doing?
Saving her life.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just fucking around.
So Foostrak has a couple of the sparring match with Gwyn is on his list.
Mhm.
He was also thinking about trying to talk to Morrigan if she is around and available.
I mean, you know where her office is.
Well, but that doesn't mean that she's there or available.
That's true. You guys would have seen her earlier when she, of course, talked to you about getting a message from Kenna. But after that, she seems to have disappeared, and you don't know where Ross is, so it's unclear.
Yeah, the office is probably the best option.
Yeah. Going to check on it, you would notice straight away that the doors which are closed are also locked.
I would knock on the door.
Okay.
Ross was very insistent about politeness.
Gotcha.
So
after a moment, one of the two double doors opens, and you see just through this like little crack, you see like an eye peer through. Someone very short, like maybe 4 feet tall, just looking up at you, and you hear a little voice go, "What?"
Pardon, I was wondering if Morrigan might be in.
What do you want?
Well, I was hoping to speak with her.
About what?
I'm sorry, have we met?
No.
I hadn't thought so.
What do you want?
I'm here with some friends, and
Yeah,
we
no.
were speaking with her yesterday.
Just this little voice going, "What the fuck do you want?" It's like, okay. And why is that my problem?
It's not.
Okay, go away. And he closes the door.
God, Zack just wants to reach through the door and choke that little thing. Reminds me of the neighbor girl. Fucking Children of the Corn. He's going to just kind of take a moment, and then he's going to knock again.
Okay. There's a little bit longer of a pause this time before it slowly cracks open again. You see that little blue eye looking up at you like, "What do you want?"
I'm here to talk to Morrigan. If you can let her know that I would like to speak with her, I would appreciate it.
The door shuts, and you hear little feet walk away. And after probably about 20 seconds, the door swings open again, and you see Ross standing there in his like full black attire, the red hair like slicked back. And he looks out at you. He's like, "Morning.
Morning.
You here to talk to Ma?"
If I can, who was that small feller?
Let's just call him a pain in the ass and be done with it. So, come in.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Okay.
But he swings the door open, and you realize there is not a hall or an office in here anymore. It's all changed. As you step through the threshold of this door, you see expanding out before you this. You don't know sort of where it ends, and you don't know how there's sky above you, but you see a sort of wild, like somewhere between forest and garden in front of you. You see this cobblestone path running along that has all these different like flowers and wild like ferns growing along the edges. And in the center, you'll see that there is a large raised stone plinth with a round table at the center surrounded by chairs. And sitting in these different chairs is a vast variety of different types of people and creatures. Anything from teeny tiny little bitty fairies to satyrs, to fauns, to people who look kind of just human, to Eladrin. And then a few people who you've never seen the likes of them before. These sort of gaunt, tall, ugly, twisted-looking creatures that many of them rival or exceed you in height. And sitting in a chair that is completely like the rest of them, it's not like a throne or like a head of table chair, is Morrigan in her dark gown that you saw her wearing earlier. And she just seems to be presiding over this collection of people. And in among them, you do see a few people wearing like green kerchiefs, who are clearly current or former crows who are double agents and whatnot. But as you step in, you see she looks up from this collection of like parchment and scrolls in front of her, and she says, "Mr. Wildborn, how can I help you?" And all eyes turn to look at you.
So, one, would I know what a Fomorian looks like?
You have heard what they look like, but you have never seen one. But
these
looking...
twisted creatures that are like my height or taller, would I think that they're potentially Fomorians?
I can already hear the suspicion in your voice, so I'm not gonna make you roll for it. You have good reason to be suspicious, yeah.
Okay. I hope I'm not interrupting. I was hoping that we might have a word, but if you'd like, I can come back later.
And she looks around the table as all eyes turn back to her, and she says, if everyone will excuse me for a moment. And she picks herself up. You see Ross walks up next to her and like takes her arm. And she comes over once she's sort of steady, because you notice that she walks a little haltingly. She comes over to join your side, and she actually takes your arm and leaves Ross, and she starts walking with you through this like forest garden. And she says, "What seems to be on your mind, dear?"
Well, first, I do apologize. I hope I didn't cut your meeting short.
It's fine. It's a fairly routine meeting, and they can get along by themselves fairly well.
Also, your garden is quite beautiful.
Well, thank you. I think most of the credit belongs to Robin, though. He put this place together for me while I was recovering.
He seems like a good boy.
He is. A bit rough around the edges, but good.
So it's not too often that we come across a deity.
I don't imagine so.
But I have spoken with Ellen a few times, and given the rarity, I thought that it might be interesting to speak with you a little bit. We don't get to hear a ton about you where I'm from.
I don't imagine so. I've been gone for a long time.
But it does seem like you're recovering quite well.
I hope that perhaps by the end of the next year or two in your world, I should be back on my feet, at least enough to be useful.
Oh, it seems like you're plenty useful. You have the respect of quite a few people.
Those are old friends and people who are loyal to me because their parents or grandparents were. Sort of the old guard, if you will.
You know, you're probably the person I talked to the most since we got here. Christmas had me quite worried about the Feywild.
How so?
Oh, just, you help the wrong person, you eat the wrong food, suddenly you're in indentured servitude or chained to a wall somewhere.
Unfortunately, that does happen. It's not quite as common as you might be led to believe. But the negative stories and the bad press get sensationalized. So that's all you ever hear about the Feywild. You don't hear about the good, wonderful things that happen here and the very kind people who will basically do the opposite of that, where if you show them a kindness, they will forever be happily in your debt.
Speaking of kindness, you have been incredibly kind to us, allowing us to stay here. I was wondering if there might be anything that we might be able to do in return.
You all are already going to help me because our goals are aligned. But there is one particular goal that, if I can influence you all, that I would like to focus on. And that would be wresting control of your friend Lorcan from Sov. Even a very minor archfey like him is incredibly dangerous for the connections that Sov can use. And I have reason to believe that Sov has been masquerading as Lorcan to use those connections.
You think that there's anything that we can do to prevent Sov from just taking him again? Some sort of mark or spell?
I'm not sure. You see, when Sov took him over the first time, he was in such a vulnerable state that it would have been easy. The second time, however, that's the one I'm concerned about, because Lorcan was not, particularly weakened, and he was already he was already known by Karth and by your friends and the possibly members of the Obsidian Collective as well. So I'm not sure what we could do to prevent it, other than making Lorcan Sheolok no longer a viable tool for him. And that would entail essentially destroying his connections and getting him away from everyone that Sov can use against him.
Yeah, I'm not the wisest when it comes to these kinds of things, and I've been more than a little worried that the only way around it might be to actually kill Lorcan. If there isn't someone there for Sov to take over, then Sov can't take it over.
That may be potentially more dangerous for him, because his soul will no longer be tethered to a form, and then Sov can take him at will.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, I tend to do most of my thinking with my fists, so that's what led me there, but he is a friend, and I kind of would not like to do that to him.
Oh, he's a good boy. I've had the chance to meet him a couple of times. Not for very long, but it's actually his family that I know a bit better.
Sorry, I just realized I was still poisoned on my character sheet, so I removed it.
you should.
Gwen and I are going to have a sparring match up here in a little bit. Ross was kind enough to direct us to an area that we might be able to stage it in, if that is okay with you.
Of course, I don't mind. Sharpen your skills how you like. The only thing I will ask is, Robin. She calls him Robin. It's her son. Try not to come and go from the break too often, and try not to draw attention to vocation, even though it is hidden. I still don't really care to have people sniffing around outside.
Yeah, that is a good point. I think that we were thinking about doing it inside.
That's probably a good idea. There's a larger hall off to the east side that should suit you well.
We can make that happen. I should really let you get back. Before I do you happen to have sunflowers in your garden?
I believe I do. Why do you ask?
They're kind of my favorite, and it's been a long time since I've seen them.
And she, still holding onto your arm, she sort of tugs you off to one side and leads you down a path that, until this moment, you didn't realize was there. And as she sort of weaves you through these trees, there's a spot where the trees open up to this large, almost perfectly circular clearing. And in the center, you can see that there is this large standing stone that's covered in all kinds of runes and like Sylvan language, and gathered all around it and just kind of growing wild, not planted in rows or anything, is just a whole bunch of sunflowers with the flower head sort of turned upward as a sourceless sunlight comes down.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
She lets go of your arm and she steps up to the edge of all of these flowers, and she reaches out, and sunflowers are big ass flowers that you normally need to like do a little work to like pick them. But she reaches out and touches one, and it just plucks up so easily, and she turns and offers it to you.
I very much appreciate that.
Of course. And if you ever need a moment of peace or to think, you can always ask to visit the garden.
Thank you. May I lead you back to your friends?
And she smiles and says, "We're already there." And as you turn and look, you realize the forest path behind you isn't there, but instead the plinth and the table and all of the people just looking at you guys while they sort of talk to each other, as if the distance has been compressed.
So we are. Before I leave, do you like tea?
I do.
And I will rummage in my bag, and I will pull out some of the tea that I was given by Roan. And I will give Morrigan some of it.
Yeah, and
I hear it's delightful.
And as she takes it, you can see her like just visually scanning through the actual mix, and she says, "Oh, this is lovely. I'll be sure to share some with Robert." And she steps up and she places a hand on your arm. And mind you, once again, Morrigan is not one of those larger-than-life, like, godly figures. She's like 6 feet tall. So she's shorter than Kennebec Ambro, and she's not this ethereal being. But as she places her hand on your arm, there's this constant aura of, like, cold and even... less so for you now, but like to new people, like an aura of dread around her because she is the goddess of war of the Feywild. But there is a much more of a warmth now that you're used to her and have gotten to see that her personality is much more gentle and easygoing. And she says, "I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Wildborn. It's not often that I meet new folks who treat me like a person instead of some entity to be feared. You are always welcome in Halla Mordubh."
Much appreciated, ma'am.
And she nods and sends you on.
Real quick,
Yeah.
because I didn't want to interrupt any of that. Would it be cool if, like, 30 seconds before the end of that conversation, if Christmas was granted entrance into said room?
You're gonna get the same treatment where that little fucker sticks his eye through the door, is like, "What do you want?"
I have no idea who that guy is, but I want to punch him in the fucking face.
I mean, I would do basically the same thing. I'd be like, "I am here to request an audience with the Lady Morrigan."
Another one? What is it with you mortals and thinking you can just demand her time? And so if this is happening at the same time, Foostrak, you will hear this happening. And what you see is a teeny tiny little, like, satyr, like maybe 3 feet tall, like a halfling satyr. Normal satyrs are are like 5 to 6 feet tall, but this guy is like, he's like Phil.
It's just Danny DeVito.
Basically, Danny DeVito, but ruder.
Oh my god!
And you see his little goat butt, and he's got like a tunic on him, and he's got weapons on him. But you see him like peeking through the crack in this door, yelling at somebody. And Morrigan leans around you and says, "No, we do not treat our guests this way. Open the door." And there's this sort of tilt to her head as she says, "Open the door," that the little satyr turns. He's like, yes, ma'am. And he opens up the door, and there's Christmas. And Christmas, you see this vastly different from your garden, but very still forested garden. And you see Morrigan standing with Foostrak and a table full of all of these different people and creatures, all turning to stare at you.
Well, I see you've redecorated.
Not redecorated. Changed out the room.
Wonderful. Oh, Foostrak, you're here. Wonderful. I didn't want to just take turns talking to Taiylor one at a time. Wonderful. So, that's a joke. He doesn't actually say that out loud. I am going to move forward towards the Morrigan. And I won't, like, full kneel this time, but I'll just do, like, a little, like, head bow towards her, because Ross said be polite. After I do that, I'm going to look, is Ross here? Can I see his reaction? Is he happy?
You see Ross, like, sitting in one of the chairs with, like, an elbow on the table, and when you bow, you see a little nod, like, yeah, that's fucking right. You better bow to my mom.
I didn't.
Yeah. Ross is I think he's gathered that Foostrak is respectful in a different way.
Yeah. I will take my leave and let Christmas chew your ear for a little bit.
You can stay if you want.
I mean, do you need me here?
I would like you here.
Okay.
Well, then I suppose another walk it is. Follow me, gentlemen. And she turns, and Foostrak, now that she turns around, the sunflower clearing is gone.
Yeah.
you see just a forested path winding away.
I'm going to smell the sunflower, like, really deeply, just, like, really taking it in. And then I'm going to take it and I'm going to, like weave it into, like, my hair a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So that it's, like, sticking up, like, over one ear and one horn.
Cute.
Yeah.
I am going to, while we are walking, I'm going to reach into my pocket, one of my bigger pockets, and I'm going to...
Ross shoots you immediately because he's the Secret Service. No, I'm kidding.
I'm going to pull out what I imagine is in here is the first book that Reginald ever wrote about Christmas. And I'm going to hand that to the Morrigan.
And she reaches out and takes it and sort of flips it over, looking over. What does it look
just
like?
It's just like... It's basically just a bound pad of paper that just, like, written in, like, terrible... Because he probably wrote this when he was, like, 6.
Yeah.
So, like, there's spelling errors and, like, backwards letters some places. It's like the fantasy version of that folder that you have from, like, first grade that's just got, like, stickers of random shit all over it and, like, drawings you don't remember.
That's cute as shit.
But the actual stories that are in there are, like, there's just like an intrinsic knowledge of, like, the Fae to them, and this, like, larger than life hero named Christmas Fortunemær, who like,
you just pulled a Flynn Rider,
befriends like Fae creatures and whatnot, and it is just, like, the most innocent, like, adaptation of, like, a comic book meant for children of this character Christmas.
Nobody else gathered this over time?
No.
I think it was barely mentioned once.
Yeah. I've known basically since he created the character, so I've just been enjoying the fuck out of knowing where Christmas came from.
Christmas is just Reginald's persona.
Yeah.
There is
It's his LARP character.
at the very end of it, and this would actually be written in the back of every single one of Christmas's journals that he storybooks that he wrote. There is a poem, and I did not make this poem, but it is public domain. There's a stanza that he puts at the end of it. It says, "Come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy hand in hand, for the world's more full of weeping than you can understand." And after the Morrigan has, like, looked over that for a while,
Ben, you wrote a poem once.
Yeah, no, I didn't. What? I didn't even react.
You're shaking your head.
Oh, that's fine. That's because I thought it was good. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
that's the vibe I got from the head shake too.
Okay, my bad.
Christmas is just gonna be like, I've loved this place since before I was ever here, and this whole thing with Sav, this whole thing with Tristan, it just makes me think that well, there was another story I wrote one time when I dabbled in poetry myself, and it ends, whether you've lost or found your way, all roads lead here to the Fae. And I can't help but think that whatever Sav's plan is, whatever it amounts to, him having control of the Feywild is, if not the most important part of it, a very important part of it. And the Sealy court does not pay much mind to your court of reckoning. And they should. And if you'll have me, I do not just want to be your ally. I would like to be a part of this court. I would not be abandoning what I assume is my friend Veronestra, and I do derive some of my power from her. She may see this as an abandonment. If anything, it is me doing my duty to protect her, because the Sealy Cord is just as important a part of the Feywild as you, as the tree, as all these creatures. And if you'll have me, it would be an honor for me to defend my home alongside you.
New patron.
Nope, not a new patron.
She
Christmas has taken a second warlock pact.
she pauses. She actually stops for a moment in the midst of you explaining all of this, like sort of lost in thought. And she says, "Mr. Fortunemær, I'm not sure you know what you're asking. Being a part of a court is not just a pact of goodwill or an alliance. It is a dedication. It is as if you would be joining an order. And if you were to do so, you would lose your connection to Veronestra. Here in the Feywild, most people are not part of a court, but those who are can only be a part of one, because our different abilities and boons do not play well together. If you were to choose the Court of Reckoning, you would lose anything to do with the Sealy Court."
Now, question, Taiylor.
Yeah.
Would I essentially be replacing my patron of Veronestra with the Morrigan then?
Yep.
I'm assuming. Okay, perfect. My friendship with Veronestra is more important to me than the power that I derive from her.
I can respect that. But I wonder if she won't see this as a betrayal. And you will lose more than just the power.
Sometimes knowing that someone's alive and well is better than having them in your life.
If it means saving the Feywild, and it means saving her, I wouldn't even hesitate.
Did not expect to hear that from one of you. You all struck me as people who would prefer to be, well, with the exception of Mr. Wildborn, people who would prefer to remain free and unattached. But let me be very clear that responsibilities come with the Court of Reckoning. And you may find sometimes you will be put up against people that you would rather not fight because they do not stand with the ideals of my court. I try my best not to fight with the Sealy Court or even the Unsealy if I can help it, but there will be times where we may have disagreements with the Guild of the Gate or have to defend our side of the Round Gate from other realms. Is that something you're prepared to do?
The people that I care about are here with me now. And if Magda or Noah or Gwyn or Sala or even you, Foostrak, if one of you... one of them's not here, but... If any of them ever stood in my way, then... Well, something terrible would have needed to happen, and I would have needed to make some sort of grave mistake. Because I can't imagine that any of them would fault me for defending my home and the people I love.
Well, in that case, I need to prepare a few things, but allow me to preemptively welcome you to the Court of Reckoning.
Thank you.
I will have, being that you have a pre-existing relationship with him, Robin will help you as needed. Something of a handler or mentor, if you will. But I have a few things to sort out in order to actually induct you. So it may take me a day or two to be ready.
That's fair.
But be prepared for the consequences of cutting your connection with the Sealy Court. Because the moment it happens, Veranestra is going to know.
I know.
And she takes a second to put a hand on your shoulder and sort of pat it and says, "Well, gentlemen, I have a bit to do. Is there anything else I can help you with before I head off?"
There is one thing.
Yes.
I could use a horse.
Horse?
Yeah. Wait a minute. May I have that book, please, that I just gave you?
Yeah, and she offers it back out to you.
Wonderful. I take it back, and I just, start flipping through the pages, and I go to a spot. He puts it away. He pulls out a different book. This isn't one that he wrote. This is just a storybook about fey creatures. Mm-hmm. He starts flipping through it, finds a page. He starts walking back towards the door and goes, "It's not a story, it's a spell." Closes the book, puts it in his pocket, and just storms out of the room, looking incredibly excited. And Christmas is going to go to his room.
Morrigan just kind of watches him go and is like, "All right."
He does that sometimes.
The door opens back up. "I don't need a horse anymore. I don't need a horse anemore." Closes the door.
That, Mr.
Yep.
But you, Foostrak, you'll see Ross kind of walk up to the door and peek out, looking kind of confused. And Morrigan's just like, "Let him go, darling. He's on a mission." And she turns back to you and says, "Is there anything else I can do for you, Mr. Wildborn?"
No, I don't. I mean, after that exit, I don't suppose so. I will leave you to your friends.
All right. Well, I suppose we'll be seeing quite a bit more of each other in the future now that this little arrangement has been made.
Yeah, Ross is going to really enjoy that. I kind of want to see his reaction.
He's going to be intrigued, but not happy.
Yep, yeah, that sounds about right.
And she calls over. She's like, "Robin, darling, will you open up the door for Mr. Wildborn?" And Ross opens the doors up for you, and she looks at you.
Before I leave, I have a conduit by which I can reach out to LM once a month. The next time I speak with her, is there anything that you would like me to convey with her? I'm not sure how your relationship is with her.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? Zack distracted me.
I have a conduit by which I can speak with LN once a month.
Yes.
I'm not sure how your relationship may or may not have been with her, but next time I speak with her, is there anything that you would like me to say?
Well, to give you some context, Senna was the closest thing I've ever had to family, other than Robin, of course. Practically my sister before the dissolution and my death and hers. So, and then I also consider family. I think if you speak with her again, I don't know if she knows that I'm on my way back, but just let her know I'm on the way.
Absolutely, I can do that for you.
And I think it would be nice to perhaps speak with them again someday soon, even if it's only through avatars through the Demiware. But I have a lot to catch up on in Atlaran, and honestly still here in the Feywild as well, but it'll be nice to see the Reapers and the Titans again once I'm ready.
Be like a little reunion.
Yes. I'm particularly excited to see Huron and Fearon again. They were always rather entertaining.
Yeah, Fearon is interesting.
I've heard you came into contact with him.
Yeah, well, I ain't seen him, like, there was a goose wandering around at one point.
Yes,
and
that is Fearon.
yeah, he was wearing a bow tie. It was actually kind of adorable.
Definitely sounds like them. But if you don't mind, I have a lot of work to get started. And I do believe your geary friend is waiting to, in her words, kick your ass. So, best get off to do that.
We'll see if that happens. I came up with an idea last night, and I'm interested to try it out today.
All right. Well, good luck. And if anything goes terribly wrong, Robin can help you out, but I imagine you two get along just fine.
Oh, I'm sure. You have a wonderful rest of your day.
Take care, Mr. Wildborn. All right.
And I will take my leave.
Okay. 1 second. I gotta get Koop his new stuff. Spell. Yeah.
I see it.
Oh,
Never
you
mind.
found it?
I found it.
Good. Yeah, new spell. Enjoy that reflavored hellish rebuke. Foostrak, you head out, and the doors close behind you. Let's just roll into Gwyn and Foostrak's little sparring match, because I want to see what happens. So you will find Gwyn. She's been kind of exploring the break to see how different it is from what she remembers. When you come back out, she's sort of waiting for you, standing, like leaning against a wall with her arms crossed. Just waiting.
Morrigan says that there is a hall to the east that would likely be ideal.
Yeah, I found it.
Awesome, shall we?
I mean, are you ready to get your ass kicked all over this damn place?
You know, you and Morrigan both keep saying ass kicked, and like, I'm standing here, and he like looks back, and he's like, "My ass is currently unkicked."
Well, let's go fix them.
Like as they're walking, he just like shoulder bumps her, just like playfully, because it's a sparring match. Like
Yeah.
he wants to do it because he's curious, but also like they're friends.
Yeah, when you say shoulder bump, you have to like elbow bump her because she's like 3 feet taller than you. But yeah.
Yeah. For now,
Yes.
she is.
Yes, Koop.
To save time, and also because I do not want to miss this, despite how excited Christmas is, he's not missing this sparring match. So he will be on the sideline watching with like a storybook out and like his like piece of soap, and he's like he's doing some weird magic shit while he's watching, just because it takes a while to cast a spell.
Yeah. Noah and Magda, you guys would be aware that you would hear like the commotion start as other people in the court are like, "Oh shit, there's going to be a fight. Let's go watch it."
I'm gonna run up to Foostrak before they do fight, and I'm going to push a potion in his hand.
Oh, we're
be like,
cheating. All right.
Here you go. You know, just even the odds.
I love how everybody assumes Gwen is the stronger one.
Is this one of the growth potions?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I should also, so I'm gonna put it into my pack, but I will also mention to Noah, I only have one healing potion.
Oh, I will give you another healing potion.
Yeah, I realized that last session. I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah, you can have that one.
Okay. And yeah, I am ready to go. I have some new tricks after that level up.
All right. Let me prepare a map for you. Yeah. Let's do this shit. I got one ready. When?
Just completely non-related thing. Have you ever been trying to name a book and you come up with the name of the sequel, but you can't come up with the name of the one you're writing?
Yes. Yeah, I've done that.
Annoyed is all I have to say.
We get Walter and Sala in here. They're not gonna miss this. Alright. We scooch you guys over. So, the hall isn't quite this big, but we're gonna use this anyway because it's a repurposed map. And imagine that there's a big old crowd of people around. But basically, anybody who's watching will be up against the walls on either side. And you guys are fighting in the center. So y'all might need to zoom in a little bit to look in on the space.
Some of the lines are hard to see.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's fine.
Sorry, that was bitchy. Alright, so you guys head across the break to this wide open long hall that honestly looks like it was probably used for this purpose occasionally. You do see that there's like damage to the floor and walls and like some char marks occasionally, and there are like weapon and armor stores in here, and a couple dummies that are sort of shoved into a corner. But for the most part, it's an open space. And you see when you get there that there's a few people, like they've got archery targets set up and they're practicing. But when you guys step in, they already seem to know that you guys are going to be fighting. So they like grab their stuff and move it. And you guys are left with a nice open space. As Sala and Walter catch up with you guys as well. Walter just goes and kind of stands near Noah and Magda because he's an awkward potato. Whereas Sala goes and sits by Christmas. She doesn't say anything, but she just kind of watches what he's up to. Gwen steps out into the middle of the floor, pulling out her little glaive thing and extending the staff. And she sort of sets it next to her and turns to face you.
When she pulls out her glaive, I summon the lady's favor.
Hell yeah. A load of people who are watching from the sidelines, you hear like the oohs and ahs of like, oh, a disappearing weapon. But just for context, the hall you're in is entirely made of like worked stone with an arched ceiling with like wooden supports here and there. It's a pretty plain hall. But one thing you'll notice about the entirety of the break is that the whole thing is very well lit despite being underground, and it seems to be both sourceless light and with a combination of these blue torch sconces along the walls. It's almost like there's an overhead light coming down, but you see nothing on the ceiling.
All right.
All right. So, if you will, sir, roll an initiative thingy.
Oh, fuck. God, it's like yesterday all over again.
Oh, no.
I got a 6.
Nice. Gwen has crazy initiative because she's a samurai fighter. Let me pull up a character
She's
sheet.
gonna Rurouni Kenshin you so hard.
Yeah.
I'm also off to the side just going, kick his ass, baby.
Oh, wait. No, she doesn't have crazy initiative. I'm thinking of somebody else. That's still a 19, but yeah. Yeah, she just sort of grins to herself when she hears you, and she's like, "Oh, don't worry, I will." And she goes first. So let me refamiliarize myself with what Gwen can even do, because she's a fighter, and I don't play fighters very often. She is going to come in for her first attack. Brandishing the glaive. That's going to be a... God damn it, what is it? That's going to be a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
Definitely not raging yet.
That's great. Hold on, she has Savage Attacker. What does that give her?
Advantage.
No. When you roll damage for a melee weapon attack, you can re-roll the weapon's damage die and use either total. So she's gonna use that.
What am I thinking of?
You're thinking...
Reckless attack.
Reckless.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
So that's going to be 11 slashing damage to start. And then she has her extra attack. That's going to be another 23.
Yep.
And that's going to be 12 slashing damage.
Okay.
And then, because this is a sparring match and she's not trying to pace herself, she's going to use her action surge right now. So... that'll be a... hold on. Yeah, that's going to be 22 to hit, and
Yeah, that hits.
And an unnatural 20 to hit.
Our dog is going ape shit upstairs, and I don't know why.
It's squirrel.
And
No, it's definitely not a squirrel.
Those two attacks together are going to be 25 slashing damage.
All right.
And that's the end of her turn. So basically, because you guys haven't really gotten many chances to see Gwen fight, as she sets into Foostrak with this glaive, it is just a flurry of constant, like, circular motion. Because this is a one-sided blade. So it's very, like... It's very lightsaber-esque, like, constant motion. There's no drop in momentum. And she gets off 4 attacks in basically the blink of an eye. But it's your turn.
So I'm going to rage to start. And so that's my bonus action. God, the biggest thing that I'm trying to decide is, do I want to use another bonus action move and then action surge, or do I want to be able to attack twice? Well, or attack 4 times. Actually, yeah. So I am then going to use another bonus action to Giant's Might to become large.
Wait.
I'm going to use that. I'm going to use Giant's Might bonus action as an action.
Not how that works, buddy.
We before had it where you could use something for a bonus action as an action instead.
Hold on, let me check my house rules. I think you might be right.
So if that rule has changed...
I think you're right.
Hold on.
I feel like we've done that before.
Everybody stop. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yes, because a bonus action is something lesser than an action. I allow the use of 2 bonus actions, but that's my house rule.
Okay. And then, I'm gonna fucking action surge to try and beat some ass. To give me 2 attacks. Where the fuck is... Where's the there it is. There's action surge. I want to make sure I checked it off so I don't try and use it again later. And so for the first one... that is a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Yep. So that's going to be 16 plus. That's going to be 22 damage for 1 hit.
Okay.
And then for my second attack with the action surge, that is another 23.
All right.
And then that's going to be 15 plus 18 more damage.
All right. Yeah. So you come at Gwen with your hammer, and Gwen is a bit, even though she's primarily like a strength fighter, she is still pretty she's still pretty zippy for her size, and she does manage to like get the glaive in between her and the hammer, but she's still taking these hits. But she doesn't stagger too much. She's still going pretty strong.
I'm taller than her now because of the Giant's Might.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also,
she's not used to that feeling. She's like looking up at you like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Also, just because this doesn't take a bonus action, I can just add this on to an attack. I'm going to invoke my fire rune.
Huh?
So she's going to take an additional 2d6 damage.
Is there a save?
There is, but after the damage.
Okay.
So that's going to be another 8 damage. And then she needs to make a strength saving throw.
Okay. She She is strength saving throw. She's got a good one. That'll be 19.
Yep. Yeah, she's able to break the fiery shackles.
Yeah, they come up and start wrapping around her, but she just handily just kind of steps out of them and they shatter. Anything else?
No, that is it. That is my turn.
All right. She is going to use her fighting spirit ability as a bonus action, which gives her 10 temporary hit points, and gives herself advantage. And gives herself advantage on weapon attack rolls until the end of her current turn. So she's going to slash you.
That's such a busted fighter ability.
What? Fighting spirit? It's great.
No, like in the best way though. That shit is busted. Just I have advantage on all my attacks.
So one of those is a natural 20.
Hell yeah.
So that's going to be 25 slashing damage for that one.
Cut in half makes it 12.
Yep. That's another natural 20. Fuck yeah.
I wish that I could invoke the Cloud Rune on these, but I can't because there's no other creature for her to attack.
Use Savage Attack with Feet.
I mean,
another
there
25
are, but...
damage.
Another 25?
Yep. All right. She is also... Nope, she can't do that. That's bonus action. Nope, that's the end of her turn.
All right. So let me look over one of the new things I got really quick. So as a... You know what? No, I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to save it. So first up, attack.
Yeah.
That is going to be a 25.
Yeah.
So that's 8, 15, 17 plus. So that's 19 damage for my first attack. 21 to hit. Okay. And then that's going to be 8, 15, 17 plus. Oh, boo! Alright, so that's 18 damage.
Okay.
And then... Can't use that. But... So I'm going to use something new.
Okay.
So Gwen probably didn't notice this, but on one of Foostrak's leather wrappings, there's a new symbol carved in. Mm-hmm. And that symbol is going to glow like this blue-white, and all of the fur on his body is going to turn like a dark gray color, and there's just these little flashes on the inside of it, and his eyes glow and crackle with electricity as he invokes his storm rune.
Okay.
Basically, until this state ends, whenever I see her make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, I can use my reaction to cause her to have disadvantage.
Okay.
And that's going to be my turn.
All right. Starting her, she's once again going to launch Fighting Spirit because she needs it. And she's a fighter. All she does is hit people. So are you imposing disadvantage?
Let's see here. So I can do it for any attack roll. It doesn't say that I need to know before the outcome because it's a prophetic state.
Okay.
So it basically I could know the outcome of the roll before I impose the disadvantage.
So with because I'm rolling with advantage here, so I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, that
this
makes
all...
sense. Yeah, I will impose disadvantage.
All right. So that makes it normal. That's going to be a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that just barely hits.
Cool. Then, how many can you do that for the whole turn, or just one?
Oh, I can do that for 1 minute, but it's a reaction, so I can only do it to one attack.
Gotcha. Okay. So
Yeah.
I'll roll the second one. That's 28 to hit.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. I wish she had that ability that lets her crit on a 19. But she
Yeah, it's
don't.
a handy one.
Alright, so damage. So those put together are going to be 20 slashing damage.
And halved to 10. Sorry, I just lost my Foostrak sheet. All of a sudden it just said, oops, sorry, you don't have anything anymore.
D&D Beyond, not a
I
sponsor.
still see it. It's
No,
not D&D Beyond.
No, I like all of a sudden it just went blank on me. Nothing else did.
Yeah. I mean, I can still see your sheet.
Oh, yeah, it's just, it blanked out on my screen.
Okay.
So let's see here. Boom, damage. All right. And then it's my turn again.
This is the most boring fight. They're just hitting each other. That's all that's happening.
I mean,
Would you like it to be more exciting?
19 will hit, yeah.
Okay. So it's going to be 19 damage for my first attack. And then... I forgot how to math.
Sorry.
1 + 1 = 2.
That's not helping. That's an unnatural 20.
Okay.
And then... 14, 16... plus 17 more damage.
Okay, Gwen is not looking great.
And sorry, I'm going to double check here just to see if there's anything else that I can tack on. He has a bonus action. I should probably check off my storm rune because I've invoked it. I will, as my bonus action, I will use second wind and hopefully not roll a fucking 1 again. Because that's all I ever do on this, is roll a 1. Ooh, hey, I get back, how many was that? I want to say it's... Cool, I get back 16 hit points.
Nice.
I hate barbarians. They're so hard to fight. Also, I realize that you and Gwen are like exact opposites of each other. Like you have fire resistance, she has cold resistance. And you guys have very different fighting styles and different styles of weapons and all this other shit. It's great. It's very nice. Okay, so Gwen is kind of on her last leg here, and she knows it. There's a moment where Magda, you'll see her like she's struggling at this point, and she's not happy about it because normally, at least previously for her, she was the muscle, she was the tank, and now that she's come up against a stronger tank, she's like motherfucker. So she is going to. I mean, that's not going to help her, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use the last use of Fighting Spirit.
I'll impose disadvantage.
That's still going to be 22 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Can't
Can't blame the guy for trying.
Second attack, that's a natural 20. All right. So first attack damage is 13 slashing. Then second attack damage is 22 slashing damage.
Oh man. My thing got removed now. My healing that I did, my second wind.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was about to say your thing.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers.
Yep, but that's all she can do. So
Thoughts and
as she finishes these like last two like last ditch attacks, she realizes she's not gonna win. But to her credit, Gwen like sees this and she like steels herself and she just looks at you. She's like, "Come on, finish it." Very like I'm not gonna win, but I'm gonna go down fighting anyway.
Foostrak will not just stop just because of her reaction, because it would be disrespectful and dishonorable when she's literally telling him to continue. So yeah, I will hit her again.
Yeah. Two warriors from cultures that don't quit. Yeah.
So the first attack is a nat 1.
Cool. That's not going to hit. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
The second attack, the second attack on the other hand is a 26.
Yeah. Gwen doesn't have great armor class. Ever since she lost her cool suit of armor.
All right, so that is 20 damage. And then as my bonus action, I'm going to Hammering Horns. Okay. And she would need to make a strength saving throw.
I mean, she's down either way, but let's see if she can resist the final insult.
She wants to go down in the blaze of glory. I get it.
That'll be a fail, but let me see if Indomitable will save her.
Just so you know, it's a DC 17 strength check.
Don't kill my girlfriend.
For strength saving throw. Yeah, so she gets thrown back 10 feet.
I kind of like it better this way. But yeah, so after her final attack, she like steals herself and like leans into when you come to smash her the final time, and you all watch as Gwen just goes sailing across the room and sort of like rolls to a halt and just doesn't get up, and her glaive goes skittering across the floor.
I will dismiss the lady's favor and pull out the healing potion and go over and give it to her.
Yeah, I assume this is all non-lethal anyway, but
I see you do that, and I immediately I'm just like, no, don't waste that. I just made it. And I will
don't waste it on our friend.
Well, no, I mean, there's a bunch of people here. Like, I will just cast Healing Word on her.
Okay.
That's fair.
So she can have 10 hit points back.
Yay! Yeah. So Gwen like rolls to a halt, and Noah casts Healing Word, and she very slowly like pushes herself up.
I help her up.
She doesn't get up. She just kind of sits up for a second, and it's just like you can see her head spinning practically. And she's just like, fuck. I need more training.
I mean, admittedly, like a week ago, you were drugged and bound in a train car.
Yeah, that was only like a week ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was. It feels like it's been way longer. We're busy people.
Huh.
I'm gonna, and she just lays back down and like puts her face on the cold floor.
Is she like near a wall?
Yeah, she probably would have rolled to a stop near a wall. Yeah.
I'll like lean up against the wall and just like slide down and like sit next to her and be like, "But it was fun, wasn't it?"
Yeah.
And I still have the sunflower on my head.
It's got a little blood on it, but yeah.
Yeah.
I run over too and make sure that she's okay.
I mean, she just got crushed by a hammer like 10 times.
Yeah.
But for Gwen, yeah, she's okay. maybe a lot of broken bones, but you know.
I look at Foostrak, I'm like, you could have like held back a little bit.
No.
She told me not to.
Absolutely not. And she like looks at Foostrak, who's covered in like you can't see bruises through his fur, but he's been cut up a lot because she uses a slashing weapon. And she just sort of like lifts a hand and like very lightly punches his shoulders. Like I gave almost as good as I got, but I'm not good enough yet.
And I just pat her on the shoulder and smile.
Yeah, and she just lays her head back down.
Christmas, has just been like mumbling in Sylvan and like drawing Sylvan runes like in the stonework around here and like clearing away dirt on some of it to like put the runes in. But he will quit mumbling for just a minute just to pipe up and be like, if you really wanted it to be a fair fight, you would use equal weapons. Just a thought.
Shut up, Chris.
I mean, I ain't got nothing like that. Next time we could do just fists.
Yeah, let's schedule that for like a month from now.
Yeah, I'll give you some time to heal up.
Gwen just passes out.
Oh my god.
Yeah. She had 110 hit points, and he took her down in like 3 rounds.
Oh my god, dude.
I have 129, and she got me down to 46.
Yeah, with
even
rage.
if I hadn't, even if I hadn't used the second wind, I still would have 30 hit points.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Barbarians.
I'm a sturdy boy.
I'm thinking that maybe Gwen might start looking into another, to a multi-class to round out her abilities. And I also realized she's still only level 10. So you
honestly, she'd be dope as hell as a paladin.
Ooh.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Well, let me think about that for a while. I gotta figure out how to
divine smite someone into the ground.
I mean,
to an early grave.
Taiylor, if you want, I did homebrew an Oath of the Storm paladin that I would be happy to let you use for Gwen.
It looks so excited.
I might do that. She doesn't get Divine Smite until the 2nd level of Paladin, but
the extra healing, the access to spells,
Yeah. Smites.
Some milk.
Water. I need some water. Noah, what do you have?
I'm sure I have water on me somewhere.
You feel Sala tap your shoulder, and she just hands you a water skin.
Wonderful.
I got blood.
I love that you guys turn to me for the most mundane fucking ingredients ever.
Yeah. You're an alchemist.
I literally make health potions. You're like, y'all got water?
Yeah.
Y'all got some of that clear juice?
Christmas has been like
Earth juice?
scraping dirt like off the stones and like out from in between the stones into like a little pile, and he just pours the water on top of the dirt. And then I'll just hand the empty flask
Making
back
dirt
to Sala.
castles.
Yep.
Yep.
And now I have this like mud in front of me, right? So he takes his hand and just puts it in the mud. He does not wipe it on his face, Caleb style. We're not doing that. But he'll open up the book that he's working on. And everything he's been saying so far has been in Sylvan, but this is going to be in Common. Because I figure at this point, with them like warming up and getting over here and whatnot, 10 minutes is probably passed. So you guys are going to hear him say, whoever's paying attention, because I'm sure more people are paying attention to Gwyn and Foostrak. He'll say, "Hear me, friends, for the years are fleet. Soon I'll leave the noise and street for the silent, uncompanioned way, where the inn is cold and the night is gray, but noon is warm and the world is still, where the Kelpie riders have their will." And he'll take his handful of mud, smack his hand down on top of the open book, and you'll watch as like pond water just comes out of the book and starts forming something that would be very familiar to Noah. As our good old friend, the Kelpie, from where the one that kicked Noah in the dick a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
So this majestic black horse with sort of like this like greenish shine to it almost, even though there's not much light down here, comes out. Its eyes are again just like solid black, but in the right light they do that like cat thing where there's just like this reflective glare to them, and also like in the right light, like out of the corner of your eye, it almost looks like, instead of just like a horse's face, you can see, it's almost like it goes like partially translucent, and you like see the skeleton of the horse inside it every so often. And it's just standing now in front of Christmas, and he's just got his hands up, and he's just like, "Fuck, yes."
Yeah.
Did he tell us he was doing this?
Nope.
Cool.
So-
Trauma response. Do I notice this?
It would be
Yeah.
impossible not to.
Yeah,
Okay,
as this gigantic black horse.
How much HP does this horse have?
I'm not telling you.
Cool. So Noah's immediately like full PTSD is like, fuck, and just immediately fires a bullet into this horse.
Okay.
Has the horse made a move yet?
No.
No.
Cool, I get advantage. That's a natural 20.
Wonderful. I am
Also,
going to, as a reaction to seeing you fire at it, because I was anticipating that you would, I'm going to cast Silvery Barbs. You need to re-roll again and use the lower roll.
Okay.
It's a double that 20.
That's still going to be a 17 to hit.
Cool. I just didn't want you to kill it all in one shot.
It's okay. If I hit, it's still critical because it's assassinate.
That's true. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So that hits.
Okay.
For 10
Let me look at my
glorious
new
seconds,
features.
Christmas has his horse.
Like, no! Like, kill it. You have advantage on attack rolls, and any hit you score against the creature is a critical hit. Cool. Actions. So my pistol is going to be.
I don't even think it's just surprised. I think it's just if it hasn't gone in initiative yet.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Assassinate is stupid, and I love it.
I love it. Attack. Let me check. How many sneak attacks do I
The
get?
joys
Cool,
of a
cool,
rogue
cool.
with a gun.
That's going to be 7 plus 8 is 15 times 2 is 30 plus 6. So 36 points of piercing damage.
Wonderful. So it appears, and Christmas is just joyous. You fire and shoot it, and I imagine you hit it right between the eyes.
Yep.
And it just vanishes into mist.
I'm just like,
it
not
vanishes
again, not
into
again.
fog, and like the entire form like poofs, but there's also like all the water just drops to the floor and starts seeping outward.
I will also add that when he made that shot, like it was, I don't know if he like curved the bullet or something, but I feel like it was just one of these and like fired it and still hit it at the same time.
Curving a bullet is not possible.
Christmas is still like hands up in the air, just like so excited, and then this happens and he just turns and looks at you.
Noah is probably like shaking slightly with the gun still in his hand. He's like, who let that in here?
I mean, given the fancy words that that Christmas just said, I think him.
No, I was watching them fight, and then all of a sudden one of those damn horses is back here again.
Do you know how hard it is to cast that spell?
That was... Wait, that was a spell?
Yeah.
Is that one gonna...
Pardon me next time.
Yeah,
Is that one gonna kill us, like the last one?
No, I control it.
Noah, if you thought that horse didn't like you before, it's really not gonna like you now.
You technically killed it last time, my guy. I'm just summoning its spirit.
Oh. Is it still angry?
Do you want me to cast it again and we can find out?
I mean, you can.
Okay.
Now that I know, I will try not to shoot it this time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I will take the next 10 minutes to cast that 4th level spell again.
Got it to 4th level slot.
God.
You know what's funny though? I literally knew it was gonna happen. I knew that was going to happen.
I just love this image of like this really like intense like ritual of a spell, and she appears and gone.
Yep.
Oh
god. Next time I'm gonna roll for its hit points instead of just going with the average.
What's the average?
30.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't even get to use my bonus action. Never mind.
Sinead has a special sheet.
Yep.
I mean, she dead.
Yep.
She angry now. She angrier.
Oh, well.
Be very pissed.
The angry dead.
Alright.
Coming to you this fall on the Sci-Fi Channel.
Sinead.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
That's why we named her that.
Yeah.
That's why Ben named her that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember what her name was to begin with. It was something stupid.
Yeah, it was something boring.
Yeah, and then I was like, no, wait. Sinead.
Yeah.
Sinead.
Thanks,
You know,
Ash.
What?
Because I was definitely the one who named her.
No, Ben named her.
Oh God, I don't remember.
Yeah, no, I named her.
Thought. Yeah.
What adds to the hilarity of the whole situation is that it literally is Ben's old horse.
Yep.
I just continue to murder this animal in more horrific ways.
Abandoned, shot, evaporated after being shot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
What's fun is it doesn't always have to be a Kelpie, but it will always look like a Kelpie.
Mm.
So are you resummoning your horse?
Yeah. I would take 10 additional minutes and another 4th level spell slot to resummon my horse. Yeah.
Sweet.
So with a possibly slightly less enthusiastic build-up, Christmas summons forth the gigantic Kelpie that is Sinead, who, if I remember correctly, was originally a Shire horse. So she's big. She big. But as she emerges from this sort of welling up of water and fog, you can hear the hooves like touch down on the floor, and immediately the head swings around to stare at Noah with these burning greenish eyes.
I still have my hand on my gun, but it is put away. Just look at her like,
There's a little like snort of steam, and she turns her head away from you dismissively and looks back at Christmas.
I pat her on the neck and I'm just like, it's okay. He's got a whole fucking demon lord pissed at him. Whatever that thing does to him is probably going to be way worse than anything we can do.
Yeah.
I feel like kill him.
That's Noah's Ark right there. Noah becomes lord
Noah's
of
Ark.
one of the...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Noah's Ark.
Noah's Ark.
Noah
Just becoming lord of one of the layers of the abyss.
Yeah, becoming the new stone warden of the Kivaran Oubliette.
Oh my god.
Just gonna pull.
Oh, hey,
Davy
guy, I heard
Jones and take
that
over.
you shivved someone in the cafeteria.
Yeah.
That's a big
That's not
no-no.
very nice.
Yeah.
My God.
But
I
yeah,
love that so much. Hell is run by a Midwestern woman.
Yeah.
Welcome to Hell.
Now, you've been on pretty good behavior for the last, century or so. So you're welcome to come to our potluck. We're missing potato salad if you'd like to bring some.
I got more fucking potato salad. It's just
More.
all potato
Yeah.
salad.
It's all
Yeah.
salad, but none of it has lettuce.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
It's starch salads.
Anyway,
Potato salad's so gross.
let's
I love
actually
potato salad.
jump on break right there. And we will come back with whatever the fuck y'all decide to do next. So
I'm gonna kill this
we'll-
horse again.
We'll be back in about 10 minutes. So about 1:17.
We'll see you soon.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
And most of us are back.
Yeah. Alright, so y'all just finished a sparring match between Gwyn and Foostrak. Noah got the shit scared out of him by an ethereal steed. What would you guys like to do next?
I immediately, the horse is there, and I pick up this muddy book that I have now, and I head over to everyone else.
She flops along behind you.
I know how to find out who the mole is. Like, really, really find out who the mole is. Some of these, they're like storybooks from when I was a kid, basically, and I took them with me. But there's more than that in them. There's knowledge that can be imparted, and I believe I would be able to use a spell that would allow me to name an individual or an item or place of some importance, and from the weave pull information about them that I didn't know or couldn't know, but that magic will inform me of the most important aspects of that person or thing. So if we think we know who the mole is, or we think we know who a walker, who's a walker, that person would need to have died at some point and be brought back to life as a walker. That's incredibly important information about them. If I can get the materials needed to cast this spell, it's going to cost a bit, but if we can afford a few guesses, we can probably figure out who it is.
How much is
it going to cost?
Oh boy. He like
Cents.
So I need 4 strips of ivory that are worth at least 50 gold each.
Go kill some elephants.
Which are reusable.
Oh.
But I also need 250 gold worth of incense that the spell consumes each time. It's expensive as fuck.
250 gold worth of incense for one spell, though?
250 gold worth of incense for one casting of the spell.
Okay.
And then 4 strips of ivory worth 50 gold each that I can reuse every time I cast it. So, yeah.
Fucking love this spell, and I've only ever had one person use it before.
It felt like a really important spell to take in this campaign.
Let me say this. If
this campaign's been really fucking hard, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Has it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, like, figuring out mysteries and stuff like
the
that.
world is on fire right now, and we are struggling to put out one of them, so...
Yeah.
If I feel like if Atlaran or like my style of DMing in this world could be summed up with one spell, it would be Legend Lore.
Yeah.
That's not even the coolest trick I got in my bag of tricks this level, but I'm going to hold on to that last one a little bit longer. But yeah. I need to run back into... honestly, we all need to... Really, Noah needs to run back into town, and we should go with him. We need to go to my old place. We need to... Tristan is sending someone to pick up the rest of the ripcords that he needs, and I figured it'd be better to meet somewhere that's not here, but also not have us go back to Atlaran in order to get those to him.
Mm-hmm.
So, we should...
Agree.
Yeah. I'll look over at Sala and be like, he said he's going to send someone to meet at our old place. And that you would know where that is.
Yeah, I know. I know the old meeting space.
Is it that stone house on Jade Street?
No, it's sort of a hidden spot near where you used to live.
Okay.
Chris, if it's all the same to you, I will I would like to be there for the exchange.
Oh,
just in case there's any trouble.
Yeah, I don't want any of us doing that by themselves. In fact, just with the way that time works here, it'd probably be best for us to not do a lot of splitting up. I know that's kind of our prerogative, but...
Broccoli.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Have you... And
I
you
still...
haven't talked to Callum yet.
No. I need to do that.
What have you been doing all morning? I'm kidding.
Fucking around.
Avoiding.
I mean,
Avoiding. I'm just...
if you want to talk to Callum, I could definitely use a nap after that.
I mean, I don't want to talk to Callum, but whatever.
Well, I mean, you need to.
I'm going to start casting another spell ritually while we're talking here.
It's probably better just to tear that Band-Aid off now.
Yeah.
I mean, we could also tear one of his legs off or something. I mean, it's already
No,
partially
we don't
done.
need to tear...
I mean-
Alright, listen. I get that everyone hates him
Mm-hmm.
and everything, but he's
An asshole?
he's the least of our worries right now. He's
Nah.
just kind of a general jerk. He's not like, evil or anything.
He's important.
He's one of our prime concerns.
I know that, but no one's ripping any legs off. No one's torturing him or anything
Yeah.
like that.
Yet.
That's not happening. I'm
Yet.
just gonna have a nice conversation. No, not yet. Not at all. Never. Unless he's like, oh, just kidding, I'm, working for Sov, then, then you have my permission to rip his legs off. But I don't think that's the case. I think he's just some poor guy.
All we need to know is how to summon Lorcan.
I know.
Yep. And then we also haven't heard back from Karth yet, but also that might have been an hour ago in Atlaran. We can't know. It also could have been a week ago.
Right.
Walter speaks up. He says, while all of you are doing that, I think I may get a head start on joining up with Kit and Kenna. I want to get a lay of the land of wherever he is. I'm a bit worried that he's going to try to run away from us.
I really don't know what he's trying to do at this point.
Did we tell Ross that Kit's behind the Almaden?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
So. I mean, well, here's the thing, is Morrigan got a message from Kenna meant for you guys, so she has an inkling that something is happening,
Gotcha.
but they don't know what it is.
Okay.
yeah.
Ross, if you're going to go there, then you should know something
Oh, shit, I'm here? Okay, yeah.
fairly
Alright.
important. Oh, you said that Ross was going to do that. I assumed that we would know that because he's telling us that.
No, Walter.
Walter's
That was Walter.
Oh, you said Walter. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, couldn't you tell from the fucking accent?
Yeah.
That's my bad.
He's
apologize.
Walter Dine, not Ross fucking Greer.
Sorry. Never mind. I'm a
Thank
stupid.
You're not stupid, it's okay. But yeah, so Walter will get a head start on that, which also cuts down the number of NPCs I have to deal with. So who wants to go first?
I mean, we're all going to town, right?
We can either go into town or we can do Callum first.
Foostrak said he wanted a nap.
Probably should short rest.
I
after
literally
that.
was just staring at the little box that has ash in it on my screen.
Me too. Alright, we're talking to Callum.
Before we all leave, telepathic bond is now up again between all of us.
Cool.
Help, it's again.
Gee.
Oh, help.
I gotta put away my little snackies.
Yeah. Fucking
Snackies.
be professional.
I'm chewing the broccoli.
Hurry up.
I'm gonna keep eating my popcorn.
No, I'll do a thing. So after you guys split off to do whatever you're doing, Gwen also stumbles to her and Magda's room to take a nap. And there are a couple of members of the Court of Reckoning around who can like help you guys heal up a little bit in case you need it. But for Magda, basically having to ask Ross, he will show you to where Callum is staying. And he will tell you that, yeah, he may have accidentally shattered Callum's leg, but it should be healed by now, thanks to some of their clerics that they have around the court. And he shows you to this room that is actually attached to what appears to be not necessarily a library, but an archive. And he walks you through the archive where you can see a few members of the court are sorting things, cataloging things. You see some people copying like notebooks and then taking a copy for themselves. And you see some shelves, most of them are made of wood, but some of them are made of steel and have like locks and bars on them. And there are some items in like glass cases that are like, some of them are books, but some of them are scrolls, others are actual items. And one recurring thing that you see around the break is like mounted pieces of weaponry and armor that have all clearly seen battle, which kind of goes with Morrigan's theme of being the goddess of war. But Ross shows you to a set of rooms attached to this archive, one of which is a bedroom, but it seems to be kind of an apartment where it has like a main room, a bedroom, and a kitchen. And he doesn't knock at all. He just strides right into this little area. And you see it's fairly sparse where it comes to decoration, where it has a few chairs, sofa, a small table in the center, but not a lot of like wall decorations or rugs or anything. And you see stacked on the central table are just piles and piles of books, and sheets of paper and ink, and like you see one ink bottle has been knocked over and long since dried. And you see sitting on the couch, there is a small, another one of these like halfling satyrs sitting there with a notepad in front of him and a fountain pen. And sitting directly next to him, if you would describe Callum, because you know what he looks like.
Yeah. Oh shit, what did I give to you? I said like Chad Michael Murray.
Oh yeah, hold on, let me.
Sandy brown or blonde hair.
Yeah. Yeah, Sandy, like sort of not long, but like flowing like sandy brown locks and very angular jaw. Last time you saw him, he was mostly clean shaven, but now he has a very nice trim beard going on. That's like a little bit darker than his hair. He is he's probably a little better tanned considering the area he's been in for a long time. And you see him dressed in what you would recognize as like Caladrosian fashion, which is primarily, or sorry, not Caladrosian, Hesperian fashion, which is a lot of like, what's the word? Asymmetric, where instead of like, if you have a button-up shirt, it doesn't button up down the center, it actually buttons down the side. He has like a tunic like that. He has a long sort of like shawl-like vest with belt around his waist, a set of basically like not quite like cargo pants. They're a little bit better fitting, but almost like close fitting breeches with lots of like small pouches and pockets on them. And then calf high, very nice boots with like the folded top. It's all very Sun Elven fashion. And you can see that a crimson cloak is draped over the arm of the couch next to him. That is very much the shade of the Hesperian banner. But he, as the satyr is sitting next to him, you can hear him speaking in Sylvan, which, do you speak Sylvan?
Don't think so. No, I do not.
You recognize it's Sylvan, but he's speaking to this little satyr and occasionally like pointing things out on the page. And the satyr is just furiously writing as Callum occasionally picks up a book and flips through, shows him something. And you will actually recognize some of these books. These are his books that he's had since his school days. But as Ross just walks right in, you see Callum look up, and you notice his eyes are a different color. They have turned a sort of fiery orange color. But he looks up like he's about to protest and complain, and he sees Ross and stops. And then he sees you, and you see his brows kind of furrow in confusion. And he looks at Ross, and he says, a knock would be appreciated next time. And Ross just stands in front of him with his hands on his hips. He's like, yeah, I don't fucking care. So, you got a visitor. And I would like to remind you to be polite and cordial. And answer all of her questions, or I'm going to break your leg again. Okay? And he points at the little satyr. He's like, you, come with me. And the satyr was like, oh, okay. And he puts down his notebook and he skitters out. And Ross looks at you, Magda. He says, do you need anything? Do you need any help?
No, I can handle him. It's fine.
All right. If he gets, uppity with you, which, is kind of his MO, just let me know. I'll take care of it.
I can break his leg too. Trust me.
All right. And he turns and walks out and shuts the door behind him. Callum picks himself up, and you can see he's not putting a ton of weight on one leg. Like, it's still painful, but he can stand. He's like, can I help you?
Yeah, it was a 50-50 shot whether or not you'd recognize me, I guess. But
I'm sorry. I meet a lot of people. I don't remember everyone. Callum Wright, how can I help you?
This fucking dick.
To be fair, she looks way different.
I do look different.
She does, but still fuck him.
Can I make an insight? Because, I would, if one of my boyfriends showed up or something that, I dated way back in the day, I feel like I would still recognize them, even if they looked a little,
Yeah, but you care about people.
That's true.
That's why fuck this guy.
Yeah.
No,
yeah. You can
I make
check? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make an insight check just to see if he's genuinely doesn't recognize me, or if he is kind of being a dick, and
or both.
I'm playing stupid.
That can be broken too.
I will give you advantage because you used to know this man rather well.
Yeah.
Well, I know what else can be
In
broken.
the biblical sense.
The spine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I got a 12 both times, so that's a 18.
Yeah. He genuinely does not recognize you.
Okay.
I don't know if that's better or worse.
It's worse.
Hold on, I have a thing. I wrote this down a long time ago. Where was it? Sorry. Who are we promoted by this week?
Me.
Okay. This week's episode brought to you by Taiylor.
Yeah, as
Brought to
per
you by the
every-
letter fuck.
Brought to you by the letter IY.
Brought to you by Final
that
Fantasy VIII.
That's a single letter.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yep.
it might as well be.
The letter IY.
Oh, why?
I
Letter
take
E.
out of my bag a little handheld mirror. It's like brass and has some like filigree like around the sides of it, and on the back inscribed says to Mag from your magic boy.
Oh, that's so cute. Yeah.
Oh,
Funny
God,
how
he
it's
looks
not
like a
cute after
smarmy
you break
prick.
up.
No, yeah. And
It
then
was
I take the mirror and I hand it to him. I'm like, give you a wild guess, huh?
He takes it and looks it over. He's like, oh,
Yeah. Oh.
there's like a full freeze happening. He's just like, and he offers the mirror back to you.
No, you
Says-
can keep that. That's fine.
Okay, and he just kind of holds it. But there's a moment where you realize it's not just shock at seeing you, it's shock at seeing you in this situation. Because he realizes, you know, Ross just brought you in. And he's like, oh God, she's attached to all these people that have suddenly come into my life. And he's like, how are you, Magda?
You don't deserve that information. Just saying. I'm not here to make a personal call, Cal. This is business.
Oh, are you, is this like a revenge thing? Am I in trouble with some important people? Because if you
This-
want something, like, I
Don't
have
flatter
connections,
yourself.
I can...
No, don't flatter yourself here. This doesn't have anything to do with... I mean, it does, but... God. Alright. Did you ever figure out just what you summoned that night?
So this is what that's about.
It's... Okay. Why don't we sit down, alright? And just...
Okay. And he turns and like very awkwardly like sits down and like shuffles off to one end of the sofa.
I'll sit down, like... Is there, like, a chairs
Yeah,
or
there's
something
other
like that?
furniture.
I'll like take a chair and like put it across from him and sit down in it. And like I imagine I am very like my demeanor is very different from what he remembers, because before I was a lot more demure and quiet and everything, and now I'm
nice.
just kind of like yeah.
Yeah. But he's sitting there kind of desperately trying not to like fidget with his hands, and you remember that it's not very often that Callum gets nervous. He has a very like confident facade that he's always put on, but you are making him incredibly nervous, and he's also not on his home turf, so he's even more insecure. And he's just looking across at you, but also trying not to stare at you, and like he's having a hard time.
I heard that you heard from my dad and you told him to shove off, basically.
He asked where you were, and I didn't know.
No, I heard that you refuted that you even knew who I was.
That might have been exaggerated a bit. I went on to Calidras and tried to start new.
Did you? Well, was it everything you wanted and more?
It's going rather well, yes.
Really? Being a toady for the Hesperian Empire.
It's an honorable position. Everyone
Whatever.
serves someone.
Whatever happened to you wanting to change the world?
I'm working on it, but I need to get somewhere first. Nobody's can't change anything. What is this about? What do you want here? And more importantly, where the fuck am I?
You don't even know where you are?
No, you think that man has told me anything?
Smart as you are, can't even fucking figure that out. We're in the Feywild.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. In the Court of Reckoning.
The what?
Long story. You are a honored guest of Lady Morrigan.
What are you talking about?
This is what I've been doing the past 6 years. It's digging myself further and further into the business of other people as much as I tried not to.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. The Feywild makes sense, but Morrigan is gone.
Apparently not.
Who's that man?
That would be Puck, Robin Goodfellow. Bunch of different names he's got there.
Why is he... What does he have to do with Morrigan?
He's connected to me. And I need
What are you doing?
your information. You're so painfully out of the loop, it's not even funny.
That's not my fault. I had nothing to do with this until that Robin showed up.
Really?
Yes.
You can't think of anything possibly that could connect you to the Feywild or the Fey at all.
Listen.
That's why I'm here, Cal.
That was a mistake. A terrible error on my part.
That I've been living with for the past 6 years. You didn't summon a Fey, Cal. You summoned the body of a Fey. And inside that body was a horseman of the dissolution. That's what cursed me. Sav.
Make a persuasion check.
16.
There's a moment where, like, as you're speaking, you can see him, like, it seems like he's listening and he's looking at you until you realize he's not staring at you anymore. It's become that, like, starting to dissociate stare as he's, like, mulling over this new information. And finally he blinks and he looks down and his brows furrow and he's like, that doesn't make any sort of sense.
Well, when you've been doing as much work as I have to get rid of this fucking mark on your soul, it makes a little bit more sense.
So you're telling me Lorcan Sheoluk is a horseman?
He's possessed by a horseman, yes.
What do the horsemen of the dissolution have to do with the Feywild?
Essentially, I mean, we're still trying to figure out some of the details, but Sava's trying to return much the same way that Ilaka tried to hundreds of years ago.
Well, that's ridiculous. He can't. There's no Heidelin staves anymore.
No, but there are certain areas in the world that the line between the Astral Sea and the Demiware in our world, Atlaran, are thinner. Have you heard about the anchor tree down in Frosthold?
Yes, something about plants getting out of control and the Glacier Watch getting into trouble.
Yeah, Sav has been gunning for that tree to die so that he can possibly make his entrance into the world.
What does a tree have to do with the demo?
It is Ursan's tree.
I know that.
So, if that tree dies, the lines between death and...
That's ridiculous. It's just a symbol.
It's not as much of a symbol as you'd think. Listen, I could explain to you the months and months of information that I have gotten, but that would just be fucking tiring. So, here's what I need from you. I need for you to tell us how you summoned Lorcan in the first place, or stick around and do it yourself.
It's just a summoning spell. You could look it up in a book at an academy. I edited it slightly to get the result I wanted, but it's not that difficult.
So you intended to summon Lorcan then?
Lorcan specifically, yes.
Why is that?
Because he was a weak archfey. I had questions that I wanted to ask, and he was less dangerous than summoning someone like Oberon. And also, you can't summon someone like Oberon unless he wants to be summoned.
Why were you trying to summon him? What questions did you have?
I wanted to know about the Feywild. I wanted to... Back then I had aspirations of working with the Guild of the Gate, and I thought if I came to them with information that they didn't have, or I came in with some experience with the Fey and the Archfey, I would have a better shot. But that path obviously didn't pan out.
What if I told you that I have some connections within the Guild of the Gate, and
I don't care about them anymore. I'm a battle mage.
You're a glorified tour guide.
I protect people while they excavate historical artifacts. It is an incredibly lucrative and useful position, and it's helping me on my way to becoming an official war mage of the Hesperian Empire. I don't know what career path you've chosen, but I've never heard of you. So, considering people will know my name in a few years, I would say I'm doing rather well for myself.
God, I hate him so much.
Can I please just kill him? Please.
Get out here. Get out here.
Yeah, well, my fucking goal hasn't been to get my name out there
Obviously.
the past few years, Callum. My whole goal has been to stay alive for one day more.
And you have been doing an incredible job, it looks like.
Do you know what my face looked like just a couple weeks ago?
Do I want to know?
Probably not. Given that
Listen, Magda, I'm sorry that this has happened to you, and I will take responsibility for being the one who started it.
No, you weren't. No, you won't.
But
I'm sorry this happened to you. That's such a fuck off.
But I appreciate what you did for me, but I didn't ask you to do it.
But you did, though. Not in so many words. But when we ran away together, Callum, do you remember what you said to convince me to go with you? That we would be each other's foundation, that it would be us against the world. That we would do anything for each other.
We were teenagers. And we were obsessed with each other.
Were you obsessed with me?
For a time, yes.
Really? So easy then. This person that you were just obsessed with. Just leave in the middle of the night.
I got an opportunity that I couldn't pass up, and you didn't fit into that future. You can call me the villain all you like, but I did what was best for me.
I don't think villain suits you. That's too presumptuous, too important. You are just a selfish little boy.
Your opinion is valid.
I hate him so much!
Taiylor, if you weren't like a good
I have
person,
literally said this to people.
if you weren't a good person,
Kind of pulling
you
some
would
things
be
from you,
so
Ben.
dangerous.
I would. See, this is why I need to be a dungeon master, is so that I can explore all of the things I'm capable of and still be a normal ass person. Well, not normal, but still be a person.
Be not dangerous to people.
I had hoped so hard that this was going to happen before the sparring match, because I was going to be outside the door listening for fucking trouble. And now I'm getting healed instead.
I feel weird that I have literally said this to people.
Yep.
Or like, I'm like, your emotional reaction is valid. I just don't care. Like, kind of thing.
Here's the difference, though. Like, Callum, everything about him is, like, selfish for the wrong reason.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas there are moments of selfishness that are good because they're to protect yourself. Like, that's the big difference here. Like, yeah, I'm pulling some stuff that people have said to me and that, like, Ben has said to people that are, you know, you don't want to keep them around anyway. But Callum's reasons are the wrong reasons.
I am going to just to showcase some good in the world. I think that Christmas is probably outside of this room, but definitely not eavesdropping. But it's been a hot minute, so he is just, with telepathic bond, just real quick going to reach out to Magda and just be like, hey, it's just been a few minutes, just checking to make sure that you're okay. Remember, we are out here for you if you need us.
I'm good.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. You know, the things friends do for each other. You know, like be there for each other.
I know, but I'm also mid being pissed as hell at this guy.
No, I know.
So I know. Wanna...
Yes, your opinion is valid.
I would also like to clarify I'm not this much of an asshole. I have said
No,
this,
no,
but I
no.
feel like I'm not this much of a dick.
Like I said, like, you use it for the right reasons. Callum uses it for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Context is important.
Yeah, there's a difference between your feelings are valid, but they're your problem, and your feelings are valid, and I am responsible for the circumstances by which they were created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Callum's just out here like, fuck you and everything you care about because it's not my problem.
Kill him. Do it.
I don't know where we were in the conversation.
He just said your opinion is valid.
I know, but I don't remember what my opinion was.
That he's just a little boy, a selfish little boy, and no one will remember him.
I don't think I said that.
I think she said that part.
You know what? Just tack it on for good fucking measure.
It was, you called him a selfish little boy. That's what you did.
Yeah. Great. Well, whatever. You know, if you can live with the fact that you left me to die with absolutely no regard, that's your problem.
You were surrounded by professors and friends who could help you.
And not one of them did.
And
I helped myself.
And he sits back a little bit. He's like, oh, so your dawning friends, you know, Jared and, God, what's her name?
Joan.
Yeah, he doesn't remember.
I was like, is this a DM thing or is this a Callum thing?
And then I realized, no, it would suit his character to not remember Joan. Because he was friends with Jared, but not Joan. They knew each other, but he didn't really care about her. But yeah, he's like, your dawning friends, Jared and whoever, it didn't help you?
What could they do? We were barely 20 years old.
What could I do?
Be there. If I was gonna die anyway, you could have just stayed and waited. Pretended like you gave a shit. But you're not even that big of a man, huh?
Is this meant to hurt my feelings?
No, I didn't.
I have work to do. I have people who are going to be looking for me. So if we could wrap this up.
You know, I'm really glad that I grew out of you. And what you turned me into. I was such an asshole. But, I found a group of people who are voraciously kind and annoyingly true. And I would die for any one of them.
Lovely.
Great. So, you gonna tell me how you summon Lorcan?
Why should I?
Because if you do, I will tell the Obsidian Collective how wonderful you are. And maybe, just maybe, they can get you an in wherever you want to work.
You know the Obsidian Collective.
Every single one of them.
Prove it.
Alright. I can write to Kenna McAmbro. I can bring her here if you want. She's in the Feywild. She came with us.
What fairy tale are you living?
The man imprisoned in the Feywild says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want proof or not, I can do it.
There's different layers of fantasy going on here. Sure. Write to Kenna fucking McAmbro, the Deathless Druid, and let's see if she knows you.
I'm gonna go outside.
I'm sorry, did you just call her the Foolish Druid?
The Deathless Druid.
I thought you called her the Foolish Druid. I was like, she's gonna fucking pop out.
No, that's Kit.
I'm gonna walk outside. I'm gonna poke my head out, and I'm like, Christmas.
Yeah.
You happen to have a scroll, a sending scroll?
I do not. I have a sending spell.
Great. Can you talk to Kenna, please? And
Sure.
can you say, I guess it's not really a tree or something nearby. Maybe she could send a message to...
There's trees everywhere.
Well, that's true. Can you tell her that Mr. Callum Wright needs some proof that she knows us so that he can work with us? Just any sort of proof. I don't really care. She can stick her arm through a tree and punch him in the face for all I care. You're doing the long pause thing again. It's really...
Close the door.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to stay on this side because then otherwise he's alone. So...
Can he not be alone?
I don't know. He tried to escape before.
And that got him a broken leg.
That's true. Is there any windows or anything in here?
You're underground.
We're underground. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
all right.
He
cool.
can't. Yeah. Just.
I look over my shoulder. I'm like, stay the fuck here, and then I'm gonna close the door. And
as if I have a
lean against
choice.
it. I'll just lean against the door too, just for good measure.
I don't know if Kenna is allowed to come here. The whole idea is that the whole reason she's not here is that we didn't want to.
Tell her to send a message to him then.
Come here. To Callum?
Yeah.
Has she met him?
Has she met him?
You kind of have to like be familiar with someone in order to do that.
Describe him to her then.
I don't think that's how the Force works.
She doesn't have access to... Never mind.
Doesn't Noah have a whole bunch of shit from the Obsidian Collective? I mean... I feel like
Noah?
Every time we go somewhere...
You guys could literally ask. We have telepathic...
Yeah, I'm gonna just...
Oh yeah, that's right.
You're just gonna ask everyone?
Yeah.
I reach out, hey, does anybody have a way that I can prove that we know the Obsidian Collective?
Yes.
What?
Yeah. I mean, doesn't Christmas still have... Doesn't Christmas still have the gun from Marin?
Ace of Spades.
The Ace of Spades, that's what it's called.
Oh,
I don't
wait.
know if that's...
Yeah, that will do it.
Oh, okay, here, give it to me.
No.
What do you mean?
That doesn't leave my possession, Magda.
Oh my god. Alright, then come in the room then, you fucking twat.
Sure.
I'm just like beaming in, like, do you guys need help down there?
I have my letter as well.
Okay, I'm on my way.
I'm
oh
very
my god.
You also hear Gwen pipe up, be like, I can also help, beat him to a pulp.
Oh my god.
If anyone is
I
gonna
was like-
beat this man up, it's gonna be Magda, okay?
No one's beating him up!
That's what I'm saying. If it's anyone's place, it's Magda's.
This is exactly the opposite of what happened between Marin and Alistair.
Yup.
I know, it was like...
It's like Alistair.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no! Hold on!
You know,
Oh,
you don't
Alistair.
have to cough telepathically at the same time. You can just do it out loud and
Don't make her
spare
laugh
us.
while she's drinking.
Alistair was evil and like turned out to be starting to become a good guy, and Marin was trying to find an excuse to kill him. And now we've got a dude who's just shitty, and Magda's trying every excuse not to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
I think she died.
No, she's okay. She's still breathing. I can see it.
That was a bad one.
We'll just sit here and laugh while she slowly chokes to
I
death.
can't help it. I'm sorry.
I'm going to
I'm
real
crying, oh my
quick cast enhance ability on myself for charisma checks. And then telepathically, real quick, I'm just gonna be like, y'all can come, but you don't go in the room unless Magda asks you to go in the room.
Everyone
you-
can come in the room, but everyone has to promise not to beat him up.
You hear
Okay.
both Gwen and Sala be like, on the way.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
already
I'm
halfway
coming.
there.
All right,
Living on a
Now
prayer.
the whole family's here. Great.
let me in there.
Oh, is that a bear?
I'll wait for everyone to show up.
Yeah. Soon the squad assembles.
I will be the
And,
last one.
Yeah. Sala joining up with you guys. She takes her usual spot by Christmas, whereas Gwen just kind of storms in despite her weakened state. Like, you can see she's ready to either be an emotional support or a physical danger.
I look over to her and I'm, gosh, my voice still isn't back to normal. Well,
Yeah. She comes up to join your side. She's like, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine. He's just such a dick.
Do you need help or?
Just, you know what? Half of me just wants y'all to come in and witness him for yourself. So but
I would
no
love
one.
That.
I look to everybody. I'm like, no one's beating him up
What do you
unless
need in this moment?
I need proof to him that I'm basically trying to prove to him that we know the Obsidian Collective, that if he does what we want him to do, then we can put in a good word for him.
At this moment, Noah is outside. Noah casts Enhance Ability, Eagle Splendor on himself. And then immediately casts Disguise Self so that he looks like Kenna McAmbro. And he
Oh my
kicks
God.
the door in.
Wait, are those both? Are both of those concentration?
Only one is concentration.
Okay.
Disguise self is
Okay,
yeah.
so Noah kinda kicks the
Noah
door
kinda.
open, and you see this very handsome man in Hesperian clothing just on the couch jump.
No, I mean Ken.
I immediately walk in and I'm like, who's the bitch who's not paying attention?
I'll
Make an intimidation check
Can I-
with advantage.
okay.
Hell yeah.
Can I? This is gonna be incredibly redundant, but can I pull the Ace of Spades and walk in behind Kenna like I work for her?
Oh yes.
And just also intimidate the shit out of this guy?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Do you
said
want
And
me
I'm
to?
going to slap a letter on the table.
Do you want me? Do you want me to also
I
roll?
want you to do intimidation with advantage as well.
Oh God! Woo!
Was it a 20?
No, it was a 17 plus 12.
God.
So that's a 29.
Callum Wright shits his pants.
Kenna's is an 18.
Okay. There's an extra something there because it is Kenna fucking McAmbro. But yeah,
Sorry,
he
I'm trying
jumps.
to channel.
Good.
Do you want to throw a bardic inspiration onto that?
Sure.
Do it.
Yeah, go for it.
Is it a D8 or a D10?
It is. It might have just increased. Let me pull it up. It's a D10. Oh!
That's going to be a 26.
Fuck. All right. Callum Wright has never been more afraid in his life, except maybe the moment he met Sov. So yeah, he like jumps. He like presses himself back against the sofa. He's like,
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you needed some convincing.
I'm sorry. I don't understand what's happening.
Kenna, hey, easy.
I know exactly what's happening. You're being a fucking cunt, and it needs to stop.
Okay, so now you're Kit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it's
I'm doing
okay.
the best I can, you guys.
No, it's great. It's great. Their personalities mesh so well.
I have never been more proud of Noah than I am in this moment. This is.
He has said more swears in the past 30 seconds than he said his whole life.
If there's anything to be said for Noah, it's that he understands how to mimic somebody. But Callum like slowly like pushes himself up, and he's like, I apologize for bothering you.
Don't apologize. How the fuck does the spell work?
I can write a scroll for you.
Cool. Start, please.
I flip over the letter from Taiylor.
And he like looks at the letter. He's like, "Who are you? What is happening?"
Those don't sound like spell components to me.
I'm the man that's going to break every fucking bone in your body unless you write it down on the back of this letter right fucking now.
It doesn't work that way, but I will write you a scroll. And he sits down and like he reaches over to this bag and pulls out like his wizardy materials, and starts like nervously, like you can see his hands are super shaky. Starts writing, and you can see his free hand is like casting and drawing arcane runes off to the side.
As soon as he starts doing that, I turn back to Magda and I'm like, good. You let me know if he doesn't believe you from now on. And I look at Christmas and I'm like, do what you will. I have things to do. And then I storm out the door and slam it behind me.
You got it, boss.
Yep.
Yeah. Meanwhile, off to the side, like Sala has just been quietly smiling the whole time and like watching Christmas, whereas Gwen has not subtly draped an arm over Magda's shoulders.
Oh no, I was totally going to be like, just like really play it up, like, thanks for being here, baby, and just kind of snuggling.
So, Taiylor, real quick, just so that I'm understanding this, he's currently drawing out a spell scroll?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm guessing it's planar binding. That's just my guess.
Not quite.
Not quite, okay.
Greater summon Archfey.
Well, because planar binding would be, like, if I was just going through my knowledge of D&D spells, that's kind of what I assumed it was when he was just like, it's just a spell, anyone can learn it, like...
Isn't there a spell that's like summon Fey or something?
Yeah.
There is, it's a little different, though.
This spell is kind of halfway between the two.
Okay.
It's a...
Summon specific Fey.
Summon specific Fey. And keep them here. Yep. But actually, the original version of his spell was more of like a summon Fey temporary thing. It was just specifically targeted at Lorcan. Okay. So he writes out this spell, and you can see as he goes, he's also keeping like notes on the side of like components and that sort of thing. And he goes through and like enchants the scroll as he's working, and it does take a while, but he's a very practiced mage, so he's pretty quick about it.
Taiylor,
yeah,
does he have a spell book that he's copying this from?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
Oh, I'm totally going to take that book from him.
Cool.
Yeah.
He, after a bit, he sort of starts wrapping up the details, and he looks up. He says, "Should I just write up the instructions, or should I explain?"
Can I read the scroll? Is it in Dungeons and Dragons speak? Is it legible to me or to? I don't think Noah would have access to spell levels this high.
It is legible to you as a warlock, yes.
As a warlock, okay, gotcha. So I can read it, which tells me immediately that it would work. No, I'm sorry, I don't need you to explain to me how magic works.
It was just an offer.
Okay. I take the scroll and I take a spellbook.
Excuse me, that you can't take that.
It's on official Obsidian Collective business.
That's official Hesperian business, so I would hand that back before the Obsidian
Excuse
Collective...
me, Mr. Wright. I think it's officially none of your fucking business.
It is absolutely my business.
What?
Then maybe you'll get it back if you keep being good.
I look over at Magda, I'm like, he's even stupider than you said he was.
Yeah.
What do you think you're doing here? This ain't a hotel, man.
Obviously. Listen, I understand you're all associated with the Obsidian Collective, but the Obsidian Collective has no bearing on the Hesperian Empire. There are going to be problems if you steal Hesperian property.
Okay. Wonderful.
And
So
we'll
then we
deal
can
with
either give it back to you after we've had a nice long look through it, or we can give it back to you in ashes. Do you have a preference?
I want it back before I leave this place.
Better hope that happens.
Joke's on you, you'll never leave.
All right. I look at Christmas. I'm like, you got what you need from him?
I got what I need from him.
Great. Disperse.
Are we all
I
in
will.
the room?
I'll walk past Magda and I'll just be like, "You got it, boss," and then I'll leave. Yeah.
I think in my head.
I will
nice touch,
afford.
asshole.
Yeah, I'll afford Magda a similar. Well, the idea is I'm affording you a similar level of respect that I gave to Kenna McAmbro.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are we all leaving the room, including Magda?
Yeah, I figured I would trail behind a little bit, but I'm not going to stick around. And
Oh, I was going to close the door after you left. I was going to be the last one that left the room.
oh my god.
No.
I don't
No.
think.
If
think
I see
Mankind
that
would
shit
allow you
happening,
to
I
do
am
that.
not. Yeah, like
Like Foos.
we've heard the shit you've said about this man that you haven't even met
I
yet.
know.
We're not leaving you a chance to be alone in a room with him.
Oh no, I'm not going to stay in the room.
Roll a deception check.
Oh my god.
I don't need to. I'm not going to stay in the room with him.
You guys can fight over who gets the last line.
I'll be like, ma'am, as I let Magda leave first, and then I would leave after her.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before that, I will look back at Cal and just be like, maybe not everybody knows my name, but I think that I've been doing pretty well for myself, so.
Indeed.
And
the wrong
I'll turn
finger.
around. No, I did it.
But, oh,
That was the middle finger.
Question.
Yeah.
Is Ross in our telepathic bond?
No.
Okay, because I thought he was there when you cast
Wait,
it.
is he?
no, Walter.
Walters.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Walter.
there's 8 of us,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Okay. Is Walter outside?
No, he already left.
Okay.
Actually, there's only 7 of us.
Noah's outside.
No, I didn't get Ross in it, though, because I didn't intend to when I cast it.
Right.
The horse is in it.
I'm outie.
Yep, you all step out, and Gwen pulls Magda like close to her side as you all step out, and she looks down at you and she says, "Yeah, he's kind of a piece of work."
I think you mean shit.
Yeah,
He's
that's true.
shit. Yeah.
A shit of work.
Yep.
Uh.
Noah just looks at everybody. He's like, okay, so that was fun. I could do that again.
I go give Noah a hug.
Okay.
Please.
All right, cool. I kind of like hug him back. Didn't expect
Brilliant, magnificent fucking bastard, you.
I didn't. Yeah, I honestly, that was better than any other idea that I had. Good job, Noah.
Oh, cool. Yay. Well, I'm going to go, rinse my mouth out after all that.
Ma would be very, very disappointed in me.
Yeah, she would.
No,
So, yeah.
honestly, everyone, thank you. Mostly for not killing him, but also
Well, that comes later.
Okay, no, that's still off the table.
Did you tell us about his ambition, his career aspirations at all?
I knew. Well, I generally said that he wanted to be important. I don't think that's kind of like all that he was focused on.
I wasn't sure if you shared
I
like some of
knew,
the things he said in the chamber or not.
No, I mean, at this point, I'm not fucking telling the Obsidian Collective anything about him because we got what we want out of him.
As you guys are kind of gathered, Magda, you'll feel Sala actually take your hand as she leans in next to you. She says, "If you do ever, want to get back at him for something, I won't kill him. But if you want to make his life harder."
How much harder? No, no.
I mean,
I'm gonna take the hard road.
The temptation.
As simple as food poisoning, as serious as real poisoning.
Well, I can help with that.
If you purposefully give someone food poisoning, isn't that considered real poisoning?
Yeah.
I'm talking like nightshade poison here.
Okay.
That's real poisoning.
Yeah, not food poisoning though.
Let's hit him with alkaloids. That'll be great for his brain.
Honestly, I think I just don't even want to think about him.
I can respect that.
So.
I'm gonna learn what I can from this. No, hold up the spell book. I honestly am a little bit surprised that they left him in there with this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will find out what sort of ambitions he has and what sort of capabilities he has, and maybe if he's a good boy, he can have this back.
For just so that you know ahead of time, I don't have his whole spell book, but Cal is primarily a conjuration and abjuration wizard.
That checks out. With access to 5th level spells, at least. I'm assuming that's what this is.
He has access up to 7th level, actually.
Okay.
Ooh.
It's a strong wizard.
Mechanically, he is a level 10 wizard, level 3 bard.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh, so he does actually have some spells.
Yeah, he's a College of Glamour bard.
Ugh. Well, I'll look through that later then.
Yeah.
And then set it on fire.
Could I go find Ross?
I mean, Ross isn't very far away, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to speak with Ross really quick.
Okay. Yeah, you'll find him, like, heading toward the main, like, the basin chamber. You'll find him kind of around a couple corners waiting for you guys, like, leaning up against the wall. And as you come around, he looks over at you, says, "So, how'd it go?"
Got what we needed.
Oh, everybody's there.
Sure.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. So what are we doing?
Well, Christmas is looking over the information. Once we get in contact with Karth, we can try and get Lorcan back.
So do you need anything from me?
I think we need to go see Kenna, don't we?
I mean, she's down the mountain a ways, near Barrow.
If Kenna and Kit aren't able to help us, could use the help from maybe one or two of your more powerful spellcasters. It's one thing to summon a fae, it's another thing to keep it in one place.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're summoning somebody who's already on this plane, you should be able to keep them where they are. But I don't know. I don't know how exactly the spell works, but we can work something out.
If you have a room, basically, that we can trap something in, that'd be the big thing.
Oh yeah, that'd be Ma's room.
Okay. So I guess while we wait to hear from Karth, are we gonna head into town and, for lack of a better term, do some shopping?
What are we shopping for
Probably.
now?
We didn't do our shopping trip.
What else needs to be shopped for?
Well, I mean, shopping trip. We have to go drop off the rest
Okay.
of the things, and then also, yeah, so we don't forget about that for like a sixth time.
Yeah.
Get the ivory and the incense.
And then we're going to need to spend some money on ivory and incense. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before we go, Ross, could I have a word in private?
Yeah, sure.
Private.
Insight check.
About what?
Yeah, like,
Sorry, buddy. You've been acting kind of shady about Callum, so you're going to get insight checked here.
cool. I'm asking to have a word in private.
I know.
You
Insight.
don't know about what?
I know. Hence the
Yeah.
insight check.
Okay,
If
roll
Taiylor
insight.
will allow it.
I'm waiting for you to roll it.
Okay. It's a 17.
I don't even know how to contest that.
I am
If I'm
looking.
honest.
Yeah, I'm mostly just like. Does it seem like Foostrak is doing this because he wants to talk about something that he wants to hide from us? Because the whole like wanting to be the last one in the room thing. The comments Foostrak has made about Callum in the past. I am genuinely concerned for Callum's safety right now.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
It's not about hurting Callum.
It's
Well,
just about psychologically scarring.
I'm just looking to see right now if there's something that you're trying to hide from us. It's one thing to have a private conversation with someone. It's another thing
So
to,
here, Harris, if you are, don't tell us what you're rolling, but if you
Yeah.
are trying to hide something from the group, roll a deception. If you're not, roll a persuasion.
I mean, I think that it's more of I'm trying not to tell
Yeah, that's hiding.
everyone's
that would be
something.
hiding.
Yeah. Luckily, I have advantage on deception checks.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 13.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're aware he's trying to hide something from the group.
Okay.
Once we're away, I'm going to ask Ross, you got to take him back at some point, right?
I mean, I don't have to.
There was a little incident earlier today, and there might be mutually beneficial resolution to it. You said that Demon Lord was probably going to be pretty mad that Noah blew up a big chunk of it, right?
Yeah.
You won't pin it on Callum?
That seems like it'd be kind of... Yes, but that seems like it'd be kind of disrespectful to Magda.
We could just toss him in the pit for fun.
That also seems like it'd be kind of... Again, yes, but disrespectful to Magda.
I mean, she doesn't have to know.
It's more the principle of the thing, and also my mom would find out, and then I'd be in a lot of trouble.
I don't think you should be getting that book back.
Listen, bud, this is between you and your party. I'm just helping out.
What are the odds you can get a duplicate of that spell book?
I mean, I could just get it copied. What are you asking?
He needs a loss.
Listen, if you want to do something to Callum Wright, you run it by...
Oh, God. I just smacked my mouse and it flew around. Sorry.
If you want to do something to Callum Wright, you run it by Magda first. This is not my judgment to make. It's not your judgment to make.
How much do you think it would cost to make a duplicate of that book?
Buddy, listen to me.
I'm listening. We'll give him back his original book then. But then we have a copy of it.
It depends on how many spells there are, but I could probably get it copied for like a few thousand.
We'll see what we can do.
With Magda's permission.
I have the feeling that when it comes to that book, that won't be hard.
Alright. If you do anything shady, I'm telling her.
I mean, she'll probably know. I'm not exactly sneaky.
No, you're not. Anyway.
And then I'll go back to the group.
He follows you back, looking mildly flustered with Foostrak. Ross is an asshole, but he respects women. But he
it wasn't a question of respecting women on this. It was a question of not respecting Callum.
Let me rephrase that. Respecting... Magda's the one who's been hurt the most, and he's of the mind that the victim deserves the honor of judgment. But he returns to join with you guys. He says, "Okay, now that that's out of the way, what are you guys doing first?"
I guess we're trying to get some ivory and incense. Yeah.
I mean, incense is literally fucking everywhere in the Feywild.
The first thing that we're gonna do is we're going to hold true to our deal that we made so that we do not ignite a fire under Tristan's ass again to kill me and also some of you, probably. I don't know. Most likely me. So that's step one. Yeah. Then we'll go shopping.
All right. If y'all are looking for ivory, you may be able to find it not too far from Sven's place. There's a few sort of more exotic shops around there, but again, incense is fucking everywhere. Yeah. Every apothecary from here to the top of the city has a large backstock.
Well, that's good, because we're going to need a lot of it.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll be here, probably, unless something comes up.
Ross, do you have any weird gaps in your memory recently?
Not that I know of.
Okay. You ever died, as far as you know? Like,
Oh yeah,
recently?
yeah, a couple times. Yeah.
A couple times? Okay, gotcha. Cool. If you are secretly working for Sav, now would be the time to out yourself, because we're going to find out soon anyway. Just letting you know.
I mean, I assume if I was working for Sav, he would have had me kill my ma
Ross.
much earlier than
Ross.
this.
I'm fucking with you.
I know you are, but I'm not letting you have the joke.
Okay. That's fine.
Alright, get the fuck out of my face. And he walks away.
I have a confession to make, Christmas. I've been working for Sov this whole time. No, I'm kidding.
I shoot Magda with the ace of spades.
Campaign over.
From one character death?
Yep.
Well, we know who the favorite is.
So giddy up.
Alright. Y'all head out.
I shoot Chris's horse again.
Oh my god.
Just every time.
I will definitely mention the copying of the spell book to the group.
Does it look like this is... I'm trying not to metagame when it comes to wizards, but I can't help it because I build characters all the time. So 10th level wizard is going to have 15 slots for spells minimum. That's just what they get for being a level 10 wizard, and then they can copy other spells that they find along the time here. So at minimum, it would cost 750 gold to copy this. You would also need to have a new spell book in order to do it. So actually, that might not be true, because we'd be copying it into a new book, and that's copying spells into an existing spell book. What is it for a new one? Look it up. It's not going to be cheap. It's not that expensive, but it's not going to be cheap.
Or maybe we could just copy things that would be useful.
Yeah.
Copying spell, replacing the book. You can copy a spell from your spell book into another book if you want to make a backup. It's just like copying a new spell into your spell book, but faster and easier. You need to spend 1 hour and 10 gold for each. So it's actually, to copy it into a new book would take a while. It would still take the better part of, I'm assuming, number of spells he's having here. It's probably going to take the better part of 2 days, and probably close to 200 gold.
It's not bad.
Yeah, so not super expensive, but also the time thing is the problem.
Callum has in total between his two classes 30 spells.
30 spells, okay. Well, it's the levels that matter.
I believe I misspoke on the 7th level. He has 5th level spells.
Okay. Because it's... And actually, you know what? God, math is fucking hard. It's 10 gold for each level of a copied spell. So I'm actually completely off base. It's not cheap. It's expensive to do that, because a 5th level spell costs 50 gold. So, like, they're going to add up. So Ross is probably more right in the thousands there. And it is going to take days to copy all of that.
Yeah, and I don't have that kind of money.
Math is hard.
I mean, none of us are wizards anyway, so...
Yeah.
No, but they could be useful for understanding something else that's going on.
True.
Yeah. I want to know what this man is magically capable of.
Probably a lot.
Yep.
We can't copy it. I definitely think we should destroy it.
Yeah, I mean, if he's talking about having secrets of a Hesperian Empire and whatnot...
Well, he didn't say they had secrets of a Hesperian Empire. He said it was the property of the Hesperian Empire.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Here's the thing. Do we really want to also get into the politics of the Hesperian Empire?
Jesus, no.
Yeah.
Not in this day and age. Maybe in a future day and age when I've been reincarnated into a different character.
I think we should just give it back to him once we're done with it.
If I'm being honest, Foostrak, he's a wizard. He's probably got a backup somewhere anyway. That's what they do. Again, I just want to learn what he's capable of, and then we'll probably give it back to him.
Yeah.
I'm not inclined that he should be going back.
Yeah, I mean...
Wait. Can you repeat that? What?
I'm not inclined that he should be going back.
All right. Look, again, we don't want to start an international interplanar incident here. If he's employed
I'm just saying, we got a pit.
If he's employed by the Hesperian Empire, which he is, we know this. If we take him hostage and then kill him and they find out, then we're starting a war, possibly between the Feywild and the Hesperian Empire.
This would involve the Court of Reckoning, the Obsidian Collective, the Hesperian Empire, which, because it involves the Obsidian Collective, involves the entire Obsidian Alliance, which is about 80% of the world.
Yeah.
It would be
outside of Caladros.
World
it would
War,
literally be
whatever we're on. Yeah.
It would be the first mortal world war, but yeah.
His name would go down in history like he wants so bad.
Well, there we go. But here's the thing: he's just a bit of a dick. All right, he's not evil. I get that you're all very passionate about it.
I have a better idea. Why don't we just ruin his life and let him live?
We don't need to ruin his life. It's fine. I am telling you, I'm the one whose life he ruined. I don't want to ruin his life.
He's not worth
Magda.
it. Yes, thank you, Christmas.
Magda.
What sort of fucked up world are we living in right now?
What makes it okay for him to just get away with ruining your life?
Foostrak, I have done a lot of soul searching and a lot of ruminating and stuff like this about for the past 6 years, and it's not worth the energy. Also, I don't want to do a revenge story because I did that last campaign and it was really hard. I don't want to do it.
Would it be worth it to just stop him from taking on more power than he should have?
I mean,
just so he doesn't become someone important?
He's not going to be. Because I'm going to tell the Obsidian... I mean, the Obsidian Collective already knows that he's a piece of shit. So...
Fair.
If he wants to get anywhere, he's not going to be able to... He mentioned the Guild of the Gate. He says he's not interested in the Guild of the Gate, but I'm going to blacklist him from the Guild of the Gate. He's going to be on a blacklist for the Obsidian Collective. If he wants to go do whatever he wants to do in the Hesperian Empire, I can't do anything about that. But, you know, everywhere else in the world, I'm pretty sure he's fucking SOL.
That was really...
We have connections now.
Yeah. That was neat, the way that you, promised him that you'd give him something he wanted, and then... I mean... Just not giving him something he's expecting that's...
Yeah.
He said he would be there for you, and he wasn't. So in all honesty, you promising him something important and not delivering is really... It's no less than what he deserves. And
there
probably no more, but...
Gwyn, who still has an arm around Magda, she speaks up. She says... I think it's safe to say that everyone in this group is very, very much on Magda's side and concerned about her getting justice, but we need to be careful not to step on her needs and wishes and wants in the pursuit of justice. Because it's not going to make her feel better if we do something she doesn't want. It's only going to make us feel better.
Here's the deal. Once this is all over, once
Sov is gone and I have this curse lifted and everything is peachy keen, I haven't really told any of you this. I told Walter about it, but I think I'm tapping out. I'm going back home with my dad. So that's the justice. That I get to go back home and not have to think or worry about him anymore.
There's more important things than the opinion of Callum Wright.
Damn straight.
I am still very confused what world we're living in right now where you and I are on the exact same page.
Right? Yeah, it's
but
a little
I'm
weird.
sure it'll only last for the next 2 minutes or so.
Probably, yeah.
I don't think Magda's told Gwen this, has she?
I haven't. No, I've just told Walter.
Yeah, so you all will see her look visibly, confused for a second. But she sort of schools her expression and just keeps up this I'm on Magda's side front. But she says, let's get out there and meet whoever Tristan is sending and get ready to head down the mountain. Well, it sounds like we're going to deal with Kit first.
Yay.
Magda, you've grown up a lot since fighting teenagers.
Oh my god. I didn't know he was a teenager, okay?
I literally told you he was 14!
God damn it. Well, he's
Not when Ash
running
tells
around-
the story.
He's not running around going like, hey, guess what? Hi, nice to meet you. I'm 14.
I told you he looked 14. And I don't know about you, but boys at that age, you can tell they're 14. They don't start looking older until they're about 15 or 16.
Oh my god.
I just fucking love how, literally 2 months ago, Magda is ready to, fist fight a 14-year-old because he won't give her directions.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just the man who ruined my life, he deserves to have all of the okay things happen.
That's not at all what she said.
I did
but
not
alright.
say that at all.
She said he didn't
He
deserve her
deserves
time.
to have his life.
Yeah, I was basically just like, I don't have the energy to want to ruin his life.
You're a better person than me.
Same.
I already did revenge, and I don't want to do it again because that's not the point.
I'm so on board with throwing him in the pit.
Nah.
Literally, I almost was tempted just to go back to the room and grab him and chuck him in the pit.
No.
Nobody would ever know.
Throw him in the pit.
I'm going to be completely real with you, Harris. Callum's going to have a guard for the next little while here because...
I'm sure.
Partly because you vocalized your intentions all of the time about this, but also because of the whole, I'm going to go talk to Russ about this. Callum's going to have a guard for a while.
Oh, I know. No, Foostrak's going to back off at this point.
Next episode, Christmas versus Foostrak.
Oh, God.
Christmas will win.
How... So
Maybe.
we're going to go...
No, I'll tell you why
See
he'll win,
Kenna
because
then?
Sala will help him.
So we're going to go see about Kit then next, or what are we going to do?
Sounds like you guys are going shopping, and then Kit's next on the
I
docket.
need to get rid of these fucking things that we're carrying with us because they're all stolen, and we shouldn't have most of them anyway.
While we're shopping, because I'm not really interested in shopping or anything. Well, before then, I'm gonna look at Christmas and go how much money would be helpful for you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. I don't want to give you all of my money, but I have about 600 gold.
So I need 200,
here's
250.
250
Perfect.
gold. You can buy some incense for one.
Perfect. And then I have the rest of it. So 250 will do it.
Great.
Sure, because I can give you some too, and you also
No,
need the
you
ivory.
paid my debt over.
well.
I have the money for the ivory strips.
But here's the thing: do we want to do multiple things with it? Because, like, what if we run this spell on one person and it turns out to not be them? So maybe we can just,
I'll tell you what. Here's what we'll do. I will be responsible for the ivory strips, and I also will buy everyone dinner. And then, if you have someone or something that you think I will be able to do magic with, you provide me what I need for the incense.
Okay.
I want to
I'm
legend
gonna
lore lady's favor.
I am going to start with that's not important enough.
I know.
I am going to start with Leon, and we're going to go from there, because I think Leon is the one we suspect the most right now. So we'll start there. So thank you for the money.
If anybody has someone or something that you want to cast legend lore on, let me know ahead of time, because I may have to do some digging and some writing. But otherwise, I'll pull together stuff about Leon. And for legend lore, just so you guys are fully aware, because I know Koop is, legend lore can only be successfully cast on legendary items or legendary people or legendary locations. So, like, you could cast it on the Awaz tree, you could cast it on Kennebec Ambro, you could cast it on the Ace of Spades. Basically, if it's a noun and it's legendary, you can cast legend lore.
The Obsidian Collective.
You can do that, yes.
The whole Obsidian Collective?
You'll get a very brief overview, but yeah, you won't get every member. You'll just get, like, the history of the collective as a group.
Yeah.
And the more, I believe also, like, the more familiar you are with the thing to begin with, the more specific, detailed information you get back.
Yep.
So, yeah, while we're here, I am also going to spend some money on books about Leon Veneer, so that I can learn as much as I can and use legend lore to fill in the very important blanks.
I'm going to give Christmas some money to go towards incense, just so that we have extra incense in case we need to run this multiple times.
How much are you giving me? I need 250 gold of incense per cast.
I will give you 750 gold worth.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, I still have well over 1,000 gold overall.
Jesus.
I'm glad you guys are doing this, because I am running out of gold.
Yeah,
the
your
rich
parents
boy
aren't
is
here
now
with
a poor
us.
boy.
Yeah, I still have almost 2,000 gold.
Yeah, I've like
God.
400
Jesus
maybe.
Christ.
I don't buy anything because I don't need to. Fucking Noah makes his potions nonstop, and all the
That's
magic
true.
items I want are too expensive.
So actually, on this subject, you reminded me of a thing in my notes. As you guys are sort of like getting ready to go out and planning what you're going to go do, Noah, a box appears in a burst of gold in front of you.
Oh, it can go interplanar?
Yeah.
Sweet. There's a box.
It's more expensive, like way more expensive, but
it'll be fine. We're a chain.
Yeah. So this box appears before you. This nice, like, slide top wooden box that has a bow wrapped around it and a little like heart, like, not drawn on it, but like pyrographied into the lid, with B. And yeah, if you slide it open, like, this is obviously your mom's handiwork. Inside, you will see a collection of very, very carefully packed cupcakes, enough for two for each of you.
Hell yeah.
And she included a few extra with a little note that says, I don't know if your friend Walter's still going to be with you or you're going to have extra friends around. These are for them. And alongside it is a small, like this big little pouch that immediately upon looking at it, you recognize it is an enchanted pouch of some kind.
It's a pouch of coinage.
Kinda. But if you take a second to go through it, you will find 100 platinum in a teeny little bag of holding. It's a purse of holding.
A purse of holding, yes.
It's basically just big enough for, like, you to get your hand inside of it.
I will pocket the money, say a quick prayer to the Midwest gods for the cupcakes, and then share them with everybody. Bless this
day our daily sugar and salad.
Look at this cupcake, it is good.
Even though I walk through the valley of Minnesota, I shall fear no Vikings.
Dear
over the teeth, over the guns, look out thighs, here it comes.
Oh my god. I will give everybody a cupcake while we're walking toward town.
What flavor are they?
There's a variety.
Roll a d6.
Yeah.
Like each of us roll a d6?
Yeah, all of you roll a d6. I've got them picked out already.
Oh, okay.
I also got a 3.
Okay. What'd you get, Magda?
2.
2. Okay, Magda's is blueberry.
Aw.
And Foostrak and Christmas both got chocolate chip.
Gwen got a 6, Sala got a 1.
Sala also gets a blueberry.
Okay.
And Gwen gets a raspberry one.
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
While we're walking, I'm gonna pull back.
And for additional fun thing, each little cupcake has a little heart made of icing, and has like these little dots around them in different colors that you realize corresponds to each of you. So there's like a green dot, there's a maroon dot, there's a black dot, there's an orange dot. There's probably a blue one for Gwen, and then like a teal one for Sala, and then there's a purple one for Jasper.
Oh, he's dead. I'll eat his cupcakes.
Yes, he's dead.
No, all of them have this design, but it's like Christine had to put together like 40 icing bags just to do little dots.
Just to do dots, yep.
Yeah. But also in the box, you have a little note from her that basically says, made it home safe, caught up with your dad, had a nice date night, just relaxed, and we're on our way down to Frosthold because, that stuff down there is going to be my problem now.
My God.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
She just got rescued from being kidnapped. She should like chill.
No, it's Christine fucking Borago.
Yeah.
Foostrak just wants Christine Borago to be his dad at this point.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah, this is all just me building toward playing her in a one-shot where she's just insane party barbarian mom.
I love that.
Yes. I have her character sheet all done. It's great.
Oh, Jesus.
But
while we're walking to town and eating our little cupcakes, I'm gonna pull behind, drift a little bit behind to Gwen and be like, "You okay?"
Yeah. Why?
I don't know. I made that announcement back there, and you seemed a little.
I decided not to make a big deal of it in the moment. I mean, if you leave, I have to come with you.
I mean, I wasn't gonna make you do that. If you don't want to. I know you got a warrior spirit to whatever.
Warrior spirit.
She nods a little bit. She says, if we didn't have Chris with us, I would stay because of Sala. But As long as she has someone, I can let go as much as I don't want to. And besides, I know that if we can work all of this out and be successful, then I can see her anytime I want. But
Are you guys quietly having this conversation?
Yes.
How quietly?
Fuck off.
Very.
No, this is something that I would want to add
Okay.
to if I am hearing it.
Make what's your passive insight?
Passive insight?
Investigation, sorry.
Passive investigation?
Yep.
My passive perception's 15, my passive investigation is 13.
Wouldn't it be passive perception?
I am also on top of a big horse right now.
No, it would be passive perception. Yeah. You catch the conversation happening.
Cool. I'll just kind of let out a little whistle. I'm like at the back, right behind you two. And if you guys would look back and be like, it's bold of you to assume that we wouldn't just go with you two.
All right. Look, I don't want to make everybody. I just want to be there for my dad because he's getting older, and I just want to settle down, you know. And like, I know that's not what all of you want to do, you know. So I don't know.
Y'all
I don't wanna
gonna
make
catch up?
anyone-
Y'all are drifting back pretty good.
Oh my god, shut up! Keep going. Keep walking.
Telepathically to Magda, I'll just say, I don't want to do this.
Whole thing.
Yeah.
Just by telepathically talking to
That's
Gwen?
true.
Yeah,
That's
telepathically
true.
talking to Magda, I don't want to do this forever, and I don't think that Sala does either. It's been a lifetime full of running. We're going to want to stop at some point.
Fair enough. Oh,
Foostrak, slow down a little bit, man. We, this horse's first time, and it's making Noah a little bit skittish, so he's just walking a little bit slower than normal.
Ready?
I'll turn
I
back.
got a gun pointed right up that
When
horse's
did you get a
ass.
pump action?
You just wait.
I turn back to Gwen and I'm like, so you want to be a shoemaker?
No.
Okay, I'll be the shoemaker. I'll make the shoes.
I
And then
would
you-
like to be a tattoo artist.
Ooh. We could have
Where the
like
fuck
a
do you think half
combination.
of these came from?
You did them yourself?
Half of them. The other half were
Wow.
my mom.
Shit. I didn't know that.
Do you want one?
Kind of, yeah.
We can do that. I just need to get some supplies.
Hell yeah. Well, alright. Here's how it's gonna be. We're gonna kick Sav's ass. We're gonna move back up to Vague, and then we will
Where?
rebrand the Wrenly shoe shop as Wrenly and Harren's Daughter's combination shoe tattoo. There's a pun to be made there.
I
Goody
find-
tattoo shoe.
Tattoo parlor.
Tattoo. There we go.
God damn it! Right up there with Kit and Caboodle.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, Gwen smiles. She says, "We can keep it just friendly. I think that'll be easier."
Okay, sure.
Telepathic bond directly to Foostrak and Noah, or they can just workshop something that's a lot better than that stupid name.
Oh my god.
There's a moment where Gwen stops.
You know,
and
I'm a
looks
big
toward
fan of
Chris.
alliteration.
Foostrak isn't even listening in, so he's just like, what
Yeah.
the fuck are they on about? What, Chris?
And that reminds me when we get home that I need to change the shop's name to Borago's Brews and Balms and Bombs.
And balls.
Brews and Bombs and
And
Balls and Bombs.
And delicacies and delights and fishing equipment.
And biscuits.
No, those don't start with B's. Only one of them does.
Yep.
A neon sign that says live bait in the window.
Yep.
Yeah.
Borago's brews,
Jokes on them, the
bombs,
live bait is
bombs,
Callum
and
Wright.
Biscuits.
Biscuits.
They got
Yeah.
both kinds.
And bakery.
And bakery,
Mm.
yeah,
There
that'd
we
be
go.
nice.
You just
bread
take
basket.
a hard left from listing individual items to just no. Actually, we're also a bakery.
And bundt cakes.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So you guys continue on, and we'll
Borago's beautiful cakes. Buns. Borago's beautiful buns. Sorry, continue.
Except somebody comes out and breaks the D and the T.
Yep.
Buns.
Is that how you
Buns.
spell bunt?
Yeah, it's BUNDT.
Yeah, they just destroyed the D and the T, so it's beautiful buns. And then there's just a picture of Noah's ass.
Yep,
Just
I like it.
They
Down with
destroyed
that.
the T
Like the
with the D.
Capuchin baby.
If you call it Borago's
Ooh.
Buns, it can be like a Spencer's with a bakery.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh my
Get
God.
your dildo cakes.
Oh jeez.
Oh god,
Wait,
it
is
Christine.
that a cake shaped like a dildo or a cake made out of dildos?
Yes.
Who knows? It depends on what
You'll
you
have to find
order.
out.
It's whatever you
We-
want it to be,
we-
baby.
Yeah.
Also specialize in udder cakes.
Oh my god.
On that
For
note,
those kinky
Yeah.
people in your life.
Distinctly
They're-
shaped like overturned udders.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
God.
filled.
I'll
So
stick it
then
up.
you use the teats to get the filling out.
I'm gonna cut the stream.
Oh, gross.
Oh my god.
If you have to milk a cake to get the frosting out, that is so gross.
Oh
Ew.
god, anyway!
Oh no, we're having
Anyway.
technical difficulties.
Anyway,
Oh,
yeah.
This is fun.
This cow's already been whipped.
Shut up. So put together your shopping lists of stuff you guys want to get, and then next time we'll start off with gathering that stuff and also meeting up with the person that Chris hasn't told anybody who it is that you're meeting up with. So
No, I
Sure
probably will before we get there.
Yeah.
Next time.
On Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, I knew there was something else I was going to do, but it can wait for next time. So, we will stop there for today. Let me grab my outro notes. I was really hoping we were going to get to Kit today, but that's okay.
With this group?
I've,
No.
No, I know.
Whatever your
I can-
expectations are, cut 3 hours out of them.
Yep. Or 3 sessions.
Yep.
So, thank you everybody for joining us at the Atlaran Adventuring Company. You can find us on Twitter at AtlaranADVCo. You will also see we have a link tree, linktree/Atlaran Adventuring Co. That should be on screen as well as in the description, Twitch, YouTube, Spotify, everywhere. Please check that out for links to all of those of us who are authors or writers. You can find links to our stuff. You can also find links to our Twitters and to our Redbubble. Consider checking that out. Support the stream, like this shirt here, the AA Co logo. We are currently working on the last few chapters of the first of several books based on Campaign 1, the Sleeper campaign. Which this first one will cover basically the beginning of the journey up until we meet Kit. So it'll be the story of Jax and Sylphie and Aether and a lot of stuff that nobody saw because it was before we were streaming. Also, when they met Kennebec Garborough for the first time, which is awesome.
Brenna Silver,
Brenna fucking Silver, the mouse.
who sounds like a pirate.
Yeah, that was the idea. But other than that, next week we are pre-recording. Stuff will still go live at the same time, so there won't be any difference on the viewer end, but it won't be live. and we're still working out details, but we may not have a stream for the first weekend in July. We will see. Other than that, Ash.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, queen. Hello, my name is Astrid Knight. You can find me basically everywhere at Astrid K Wrights or at my website, astridknight.com. I have a book. It's called Perception Check. It's about DnD and mental health and disco music. If you would like to pick up your copy, it's available basically everywhere right now at like Amazon and Barnes & Noble and all those places. You can also get a signed copy on my website. Yep. Check out the book that everyone has been calling a fun time. That's
Fun,
not a direct
emotional
quote
time.
from anyone, but
Wow.
a lot of people have been liking it. So there you go.
Yeah, it has like a 4.9 star average right now. So yeah, I'd say people are liking it.
Fucking Amazon won't let non-verified purchases put the reviews, because like people who have purchased it from other places try to put it on Amazon and then they can't do it, and I'm very upset.
People have said such things as a perfect book for lovers of D&D or fantasy.
Oh, you went on my Twitter.
I'm not looking at your Twitter.
Is it good?
Did you pull the reviews?
Another dude said he's actually really annoyed that he got an advance copy because it means he has to wait longer for the next one. Another person, our dear friend Jamie, says Astrid Knight absolutely slays in this breakout debut. Wow, that is some fun language.
Slay, queen.
Another person said this book is fantastic. I'm so glad I accidentally bought it.
Yeah, I just saw that today. I was like, they accidentally
That's the best review. I love that.
Another person says, what a delightful introduction to the world of tabletop role-playing games. Yeah. There's more, but I'll stop now because it feels annoying.
Oh my God.
I'm
so glad I accidentally bought this is the best review.
Yeah, honestly. I saw that like yesterday or something. I was like, that's great.
Unforgettable geek-tastic adventure.
Yeah.
Ash, you should put that on, like, for the, like, accolades thing that you put on the back of your next
I'm
book.
glad I accidentally bought this.
Mine
Well, but how often does that happen? Usually when you accidentally buy something, you're like, ugh.
Mine was Astrid has achieved what I consider to be one of the best fantasy portrayals of PTSD in a long time. Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Read it. It's so good.
Okay.
Shut up. You say thank you, sir and or ma'am, and we move on.
Thank you, gender neutral honorific.
I believe the word is mistrum.
Mistrum? That sounds too...
It's between miss and Mr.
I know. But it's also, it makes me think of like mistress or something, and then it's like, oh, we're getting into some weird territory.
Ash,
I wouldn't mind that.
Just say, yes, Pear. Thank you, Pear.
Yes.
Oh, God. That's even weirder.
My God.
Anyway, let's save Ash the additional embarrassment. And Blake, tell us about your 50th book.
I have not done 50 books yet.
No, I have
not
You've
yet.
actually, yeah.
It sounds like I'm making fun of you.
So.
It sounds like I'm making fun of you. It is not meant to be making fun of you. I promise. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, okay. Anyway, now that that's over, I'm gonna. No, you're fine. That was mostly a joke. Anyway, so my name's Blake R. Wolfe. You can find me at blakerwolfe.com. It's Wolf with an E on the end. And I write a bunch of fantasy books. I have the Crystalline Chronicles is finished. That's a 5-book series. That's like D&D and being gay. And then there's The Tales of Bermoria, which I just finished book 3. That'll be coming out on June 30th. That's definitely about being gay, but it's also a portal fantasy, so it's a little bit different. And then, what's the other one I'm working on? Bone, Stone, and Wood. First 2 books of that out. 3rd book will probably be coming out sometime this year. I'm working on The Wayward and the Wanderer, which is our Atlaran book with Ash and Taiylor. And then I also wanted to share that The Crystal Eye, the first book in the Crystalline Chronicles, is free ebook version everywhere. You can buy it at Barnes & Noble for free. You can buy it anywhere for free. And even on Amazon for free. And then you can get, started on a cool new series.
Should I still read some reviews?
Sweet.
Yeah, no, you don't need to read reviews.
Oh.
There's 125 of them. We don't know.
Oh, okay.
I remember
That's
one
gonna take
review. Too homoerotic, says random man from. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
I remember
That was for
enough.
Bermoria. Bermoria was too homoerotic, and then the one underneath
Yeah.
it is not homoerotic enough. So, yeah. That's
Yeah.
one of my favorite 1-star reviews. My favorite 2-star review was for Lake Arcadia when they said, I was going to give this 1 star because it's terrible, but it's just the right thickness for a doorstop, so I gave it 2. And I was like,
Oh my
yes! I
God.
fucking love that. That was the best review.
Oh my god.
Damn.
I loved it. It was fucking ruthless.
Jesus.
I got that one 3-star review that was like, you said this looks like the United Kingdom, and it doesn't. It looks like this and that. Proceeds to talk about Brexit for like a very long time, and I'm like, oh no. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was like, what? I don't know. I'm American.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
All right.
Jesus.
Gale. You've got Gale.
Hi.
Gave me the spoon.
Was that better, guys? Hi.
Oh.
No, now it's boring.
Hi!
No.
I'm Zachary Gale. I write horror stories. I have my first collection coming out in October. Some Empty Houses Might Really Be Haunted. And I'm hoping to do a cover reveal up here in like 2 weeks or so. Like right around the 4th, do maybe a cover reveal. And you can find me on Twitter at Zachary G. Author or on ZacharyGAuthor.com because I finally made a fucking website. Also, my wife makes a lot of cool art and cool stickers, and you can get t-shirts and stuff now. If you go to leanydraws.com, that's where all of her super cool stuff is going. So you should fucking do it and go there and buy your stuff because it's dope. Or I'll haunt your dreams.
Yeah.
Not haunt their nightmares.
That's it. No.
No, just every dream.
No.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All dreams.
Yeah.
You will always be there, standing in the corner.
Or I'll
like
throw
Mike
you in the
in
demon pit.
Blair Witch.
Oh my god.
Coop, tell us about how normal you are.
Hey, yo, what's up, people? It's
Yo,
me,
listen.
your
Here's
stream
the
master.
story.
Hashtag strongest party member. We
No.
are
Hashtag save Lorcan.
hashtag
We're still
save
doing
Lorcan.
that.
Hashtag
Most unstable
save
party member.
the gays. Hashtag not saving Lorcan is homophobic. Hashtag Pride Month. I don't have any not sponsors today, and I don't have any fun facts. However, because I do not want to take credit for things that are not mine, I am going to real quick just note that even though these are public domain, the 2 poems that Christmas referenced today are The Stolen Child by W.B. Yeats and also The Kelpie Riders by Bliss Carman. That's it. I just want to give credit where it's due. A cat.
Oh, beautiful kid.
The Kelpie Riders sounds like a great book or video game or something.
The Kelpie Riders, I took 3 stanzas out of a 5-part poem that is just incredibly long. It's
The
like
Kelpie
it is literally like a whole story. It's amazing. can't recommend reading either of those enough. I've got a few other ones in my back pocket. I've actually been holding on to them for a while, but wanted to wait until this stuff started happening. So I've got some EAP in the back pocket and some other stuff. So anyway,
Some employee assistant programs.
yes, that definitely not Edgar Allan Poe. Would never quote any of his shit.
The Kelpie Rider sounds like an Anne McCaffrey knockoff.
The Kelpie Riders, plural. Should throw that out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because Anne McCaffrey did Dragon Riders.
The Kelpie Riders of Dern.
Yeah.
It's like
I
the
actually read
person was
that
just
a long
like,
time
I
ago.
can't do dragons because of Anne McCaffrey. So
Everybody
what's the
does
next coolest?
dragons.
Yeah, especially
Has
the
anybody-
dragons
never mind.
in the Dragon Riders.
No,
That's one of
my
like
mind
the
went
few
down that
things I
path,
remember
too.
is they were
No,
like,
not
Yep.
that kind
everyone
of,
fucks
not
the
that kind
female.
of does.
Everybody who loves bad dragon.
Maybe
and
I'm not
stuff.
remembering that correctly.
Those
Who knows? It's been
Real bad dragons.
16 years since I read it
Naughty dragons.
Naughty dragons.
when I was a
They
younger
come in
man.
a variety of softness levels.
Taiylor! say what you're about. Taiylor! Say what you're about.
Taiylor! Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Sorry, buddy.
Thanks, Koop.
Go ahead, Taiylor.
No, what else did you want to say?
No, I'm good.
I thought
my
you were
God.
actually done, though.
Ash
I
took
love-
my
So
bit.
too.
Passive aggressive.
What? You
is
were
my
just
favorite, you
rambling.
guys.
We all live in the Midwest.
Maybe-
It's just part of the
Oh.
territory, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to finish your thing, buddy?
Your stuff is up on the screen right now. So
Oh, well-
yeah, it's your turn. What stuff?
Yeah, that was.
I don't
Zack
have
Koop. He's our
stuff.
friend.
Yeah.
Who we constantly rag on each other, but I feel like Ash and Koop get it the worst sometimes. Mostly Ash, but sometimes Koop. But you can find me on the Twitters, on the Bird app. At everybody get ready. TA.
IY.
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 Yay, IYLORWALLACE. Make sure you misspell Taylor. You will never find me. You can also find me on @Sonder_editing or SonderEditing.com, which you guessed it, I am an editor
A Sonder.
for. Shut up. If you are a writer working on becoming an actual published author, or you're partaking in Camp NaNoWriMo or the actual NaNoWriMo coming up, or last year, let me know, because I help people make their stories readable. I also do like papers, essays, that kind of thing too. But anyway. Thank you all for joining us. You can catch us on Twitch 11 a.m. Eastern on Saturdays, and catch our VODs and podcasts the following Wednesdays, normally around 11 a.m. Those are on YouTube, Spotify, and other podcast platforms. We did recently put up a TikTok that I need to add a new clip to again. Where we put up a couple highlights and shit, and yeah, all that. Woo.
Go on TikTok. Do it. Do it.
Okay.
Kill him.
Go down the rabbit hole.
We went from real fucking high energy with Ash to just slow downward spiral. But that's
Ready for naps.
Yeah. That's it for us for today. Join us next week for maybe meeting up with Kit and completing the cross campaign crossovers, and maybe killing the Winter Druid. I don't know what's gonna happen.
And Foostrak versus Christmas.
Right.
What?
What?
And Foostrak versus Christmas.
And
That sounds like a bad idea too.
sounds like
I feel like if I hit Sala a couple of really good times, though, she'd probably crumple into a heap.
if you could hit her.
Yeah.
Not.
Her whole thing is not being visible to hit.
She also has a hunting rifle with a scope right now.
Yep.
A
Yeah.
hair trigger.
Definitely not hair trigger.
Also, Christmas would actually literally murder you.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Employ Noah to assassinate you.
I am technically the only assassin.
You are.
On that
yeah,
note,
solid scout.
on that
What?
wonderful team building group exercise note where we all love each other and don't kill each other. Yes, I know I brought it up. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Final Fantasy VIII's a good game.
God damn
Oh,
it.
God.